And welcome back to Paint Hand Dan Live. What's up, everybody? Happy Friday. Good to see you. Thank you for joining me. Alrighty, let's see. I want to make sure my mic's on this time. Check, 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 check. I have no idea. I can't hear what's coming out on the other end, so. Alright, mic is on. Very nice. Off to a good start. Alright, so how's everyone's week been? I hope it's been eventful. Another one seems to go by fast. It's really rainy this week. Uh, yeah, it was quite the week. Put it like that. Like the sweater. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I like my Wu wear. That might show my age, but I know Wu-Tang's always been cool. It's nothing to mess with, that's for sure. So, I put a little vote out earlier. I feel like I should probably give you guys more time. You know, I'm kind of like drop it a few hours before. Be like, hey, let me know. Should probably do that like the day before, maybe the morning of. I'll get better at that. But it seemed at an overwhelming vote of 3-1 that people wanted to see a canvas done today. I had a feeling, I'm kind of surprised, but I had a feeling that might be the case. So, oh, where did I put it? It's right here next to me. I prepared a sketch. Oh, this chair gets stuck. I gotta like heave it around. So, there he is. We'll call him Louie. I actually have an image here. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere, but you're gonna get the AF right back to it. So that picture is a work by Louis Thomas Jerome Auzoux. I think I'm pronouncing that right. He was an anatomist from, I think he was born in like 1790s or something like that. A long time ago. And his works are still around today. Like they survived. They're made of paper mache. But so that was an anatomical sculpt that is actually deconstructible, so you can. It's a learning device. But that was that man's art. So I thought it'd be cool to try to recreate that look. So I actually have a reference here. Reach that I printed out. So that's gonna kind of guide my color. Now, the other thing I have for this one, which will be pretty cool, is I have some paint markers. So I'm thinking that'll help with all the really fine like vessels and veins. Paint marker might be a little more precise and a little fine compared to like a big sloppy brush mixing stuff around. We'll see how it comes or goes. I don't know. I did try earlier this week, so I'll actually bring this canvas up to show you. You know what? We'll put it on the side view because that'll probably be better. So you can kind of see I just kind of lines and lines and lines. I felt like the neck didn't matter so much as long as I got this piece of face done right. So, and the other thing I kind of did in my sketch to the actual, picture of the, the mannequin, we'll say, is there's like a gap in the forehead and in the jaw of the picture. I'll grab it again. Figure it's better than going back to the other way because then the mic dies. I don't have my mic input on that side. Didn't think of that. So, but you can see that fissure down from the brain right down to the jaw there. That whole split in the head like opens. I'm pretty sure it opens, or at least pieces pop out. And I didn't want to have like a big shadowy line down the middle of the face. So I kind of just like left that out. Get it a little further back there. You can kind of see where I kind of used that sort of line and then just left it because I wanted to keep that sort of, almost looks like a vein up there. Whoop. Yeah, that little vein up there that kind of melts into that gap. So I'm just gonna keep it there for like a vein or something, make it kind of come out and up. We'll see. But anyway, the reason why I want to give you a good close-up is you can see that something was on this canvas before that I tried to white out and go over. Uh, you might remember that fly eye sketch that I did before. So I tried painting that, and it just went south. Like, I wasn't happy with it. It kind of just turned into a gray blob. Like, it was there, but it wasn't. And then, as Bob would say, we got into the mix in the mud pretty bad. So I literally just went, in like one pass, it just like went from like a nice blend to like full on smudge. And then I couldn't see a fix from that. I just went right. I was like, okay, done. We'll try something else. I feel like maybe halfway through it, seeing just the gray and red, I was just like, it's not doing it for me. Maybe that's how I got into the mud mix, was just like, it needs more color, and just started losing control, descending into madness with paint. So we're gonna try to do this today. I'm gonna use this as a guide. I'm gonna stick it on the corkboard next to me. But this is what we're gonna try. Stick that there. Stick this here. Don't worry, I'm not gonna make you watch from over there. We're gonna take this camera with us, right? So I'm just gonna face cam for a sec while we take this apart. I figure it's looks. I feel like it's gonna look harder than it is. Like, I feel like once things are going, and then the paint markers for those fine veins. Maybe I'm fooling myself. I don't know. We'll see. Uh, there's got to be some kind of madness with paint, I guess. I'm not about to chop off an ear. I don't think I'm that good yet. Okay, sorry, I'm just kind of budging with this here to make sure it's all good and lined up. Get in there. There we are. Tighten that up a little. Alright. That is a bit of a messy cable there. We'll find that over yonder. Hopefully it doesn't tear everything. We'll tuck that into the drawer, actually. Let's do that. Hopefully it doesn't mess with things too much. Okay, and hopefully you guys will be able to hear me from back there. Just fix that light. It's not doing much for us right now. And okay. Alright. Let's get this adjusted. Make this in a little closer. A little more head on. It's a little bit spatting off. Or I can just adjust this. Just kind of put it with the camera here, guys. Let's see if I can't fix this a little. Might have to mess with my camera just a little. There we go. Is that better? I want to get the whole thing. My camera is kind of wobbly on this. There, at least you can see the whole thing. I think that's gonna work. Yeah, let me know if it's all good. I'm gonna pardon my distortion here. Hopefully that's not giving you too much of a snowstorm as I grab the mic. Check, check. All good? Oh, yeah, other cool toys. I'm gonna Bob Ross it, but hopefully you can see. You can't really see it, but maybe I was thinking as I'm mixing paint, you'll be able to see what's going on over here. And we got our reference to the side here. You can't really see it, but I can. I guess that's what matters. Alrighty. So I'm gonna want this kind of tan, bony color. I'm gonna want some red, some blue, but I don't want anything really white. Got a bunch of this craft paint here. I also got some of this slow dry blending gel medium. So I think that'll help with the acrylic dry time. Once again, don't know, never tried it. Experiment with new stuff. Do good or F up worries. So what do we got? This is suede. Suede sounds nice. What's this? Ivory? That looks kind of fleshy. Natural buff. Buff. Sounds good. So I want something a little. In the image, the brain almost looks brown. But I think coral will be nice. So let's figure this out. It's gonna kind of look at where I want things. Just kind of go for it, I guess. Alright, take some of this gel here. Just kind of slob that. I'll mix it up. And a big old bucket of water down here. So yeah, we got this layer of. Yeah, I swear it's paint gel. You watched me put it on there, right? Yeah, it looks like a viscous, sticky white substance. Yeah, I think I'm gonna start with bone areas. I think it'll be easier to go with the bone areas and put red to it. We'll go with that. We use the suede, and there was where not that espresso. That might be too good. We'll see. I'm kind of hoping as I make a mess over it, the that other painting will kind of disappear over time. What am I looking at here? You treat the canvas at all? Nah, it's a pre-treated, pre-stretched canvas, like it's pre-painted, and then I just painted white acrylic over the mess I made. I actually took some a soapy cloth and just whoosh, cleaned it off, dried it, and went over it with some white paint. You can see it didn't really cover everything. I probably would have been smarter to go over it with gesso or something. Like something really solid and opaque. or even just like light spray paint a few solid layers after I did that. But no, I was lazy and figured, this will be a sort of mixture of color enough that's along that, because those were the tooth and gums there. So I figured, it's fleshy enough. I figured it out. So we got some of that. Some of that. Just put little dollops of stuff. We got suede, we got ivory. Use a little more suede. Nope, that's tan. Okay. So grab some of this natural buff, and I feel like that'll be good to work together. Alright. Let's get started with brush to approach this stuff. Trying some fatty ones and work from there. Take a bit of this gel, but it's natural buff, and suede. Oh yeah, Bob Ross that for that. I didn't even see that little window. And we're just gonna go for it. Just gonna lightly fall. That's the sketches, but those are wayside. It's fun to layer. Hopefully this gel is going to make it helps with transparency and dry time, obviously. So, and I've never used it before. I think it should be nice to like lay things down. Guys. Yeah, it can be a little nicer and greasier to lay down as I paint. So when I come back with the reds and the other colors, we'll blend. Probably go for. It's weird. The teeth on the model look pretty white, so figure that out. That part. And drop one. It's weird. Probably come back with the ivory on those spots, so white in attendance. Let's get greasy blend there. There we go. Take a little bit. Can you speak up a bit? It's a little quiet. Yeah, no problem. Here, tell you what. I know this was an issue last time too. Give me 2 seconds. Sorry about that, guys. Oh, nope, we don't want that. intro cam. Let me just do this. Unplug that. You can unplug this. That. Perfect. Okay, this might jostle you a little. Pardon the noise. Yep. Oh, come on. Let's see if we can reach here. I'm going to put you on this side. And hopefully... Whoop. Can you hear me better when I start mumbling to the canvas? Hopefully. The chaos. Hey, that's what you sign up for, guys. Yeah, chaos is what you sign up for. Maybe that's why everyone voted for another canvas. Because they're like, yeah, let's watch the struggle. You know how to paint minis, dude. I struggle your way through some canvases now. And I accept that challenge. Okay, where's my jawbone? I'm looking at my picture here and I'm... Okay, so I'm looking for my jawbone. I think that's the bump and this is where it gets covered in. So I'm actually seeing... Oh, I'm on the far camera, I guess. Yeah. Sorry, I'm kind of looking at my camera over my shoulder. Oh, yeah, I didn't switch. It never works perfectly, guys. It's never totally smooth. It's always chaos. You know, if your mic's dead or your sound's off or something, you know, that can be panic-inducing. But we're painting, man. It's all good. I got enough to panic about. Alright, so we're just gonna globby a little here. Let's see how that... You know what? That's still pretty dry to the touch. So I don't know how... Here, we'll work a little more of this gel in. I'm just gonna give another light pass. Just kind of put a little bit of that gel on it so I can come blend stuff a little better after. Kind of like it. For like, it gives a nice smooth texture to even like these relatively cheap matte hobby like craft paints that are very cheap. Like literally, I think I got 6 bottles of this for like I think $4.50. Just buy 3 get 3 free. So that was pretty nice. Not used to seeing paint for sale like that. Buying miniature paint, you know. Now, mind you, the stuff is a little chalky when it dries. For the price, I don't mind it. I'm not good enough to tell the difference right now, so I'll just keep telling myself that. A little light there. Okay, I can see where it gets pretty transparent. Let's see, what am I missing? Got that. That's gonna be almost shadow under the jawbone. What's going on in here? We got... Okay, that's a vessel. Alright, no worries. Just keep me updated in the comments and stuff if my sound's okay or like that. Buy 3 get free. Yeah, that would be Oh my goodness. Yeah, if I could find a store that was like, buy 3 citadels and get 3 free citadels. That wouldn't even be a fair deal. I couldn't expect that. Actually, Addictive has a the game I do my competitions at. They have like a paint program where you get a punch card as you buy paints that are in the program. You can get free paints once the card's full. So that's a pretty cool thing to go through a lot of paint. Yeah. Well, heck, we got the same paint card program. Alright, so we got that there. Just trying to see where is a bit of light. I think I'm gonna run into the same issue with the nose as I did with the thing. We'll see. Okay, so those 2 tendons. Got a little bit of action to up here. And that's blood vessel there. Let's see, we got muscle coming over there. Pull over this side. And I'll blend some white to that. Just a touch. Actually, I'm going to go in with this tan, darker, slightly darker than suede. Try to like divide and shadow up some spots. Oh, that is so much the same as suede, that's not going to work at all. That's nice coverage. Don't mind it. And that like gray and magenta and sort of toothy underlayer from the last painting actually looks pretty good. Yeah, this blend's pretty nice. Okay. I think I'm kind of figuring out this gel. Where else? It's like I could start creeping down the neck. Let's creep down the neck. I don't know exactly where I'm going with this, so we'll just hit a few notes here and there just to help give us some shape. I know I just like went crazy with the lines and stuff. I just kind of like, well, a bunch of tubes and stuff. Now I kind of, I'm gonna say almost just like, well, no, I absolutely took liberty with tubes. No, I don't think this is anatomically accurate in mine as much as it is his. Let's just hope for enough lines and squiggles that no one knows that. They'll look at it and go, wow, this is so anatomically complex. Yeah, but none of it's, I don't think much of it connects to much, because I made all these lines up. Not entirely, I did try to follow along, but it just seemed easier to hide my mistakes in lines, so I kind of just kept going with that. It's like if I hide every mistake, there's no mistake, so tons of lines. Flawless logic. Then I start to lose it down here. This is where it gets into trouble. Hmm? Oh, hey, what's up, man? Good to see you, dude. How are you doing today? I'm just struggling along on this. So yeah, I was just saying I kind of went off the anatomical learning tool, but just kind of you can see I just kind of faded into obscurity, and I just thought I'll figure it out as I go. Lose everything else in a bunch of lines. Let me say, I'm guessing I'm seeing the thyroid there. Let's put a little natural buff in there. Yeah, I got the clear thing so you guys can see, and I'm just holding it in my effing lap. I don't even know if you can see it. It's very fleshy and brownish. We could probably go a little darker as I'm looking at my reference picture here. It looks like it's aged appropriately several hundred years. And I have a feeling I'm going to have trouble pulling that sort of look out. But we're going to try anyway. Like I said, it might have to be a little darker. Maybe I'll turn to that espresso after all. Speaking of coffee. Oh, what's going on in the chat here? Yeah. Yeah, I gotta get it more active on my Instagram. I was actually posting a few things today, but it's been a while since I posted anything on there. Yeah, man, put a link up. Put a link up. Like, I'm totally cool if you want to throw up a link to your stuff or your IG or, you know, I'm all about promotion, man. You know, I feel like that's kind of like the code of the dark art thing, or any art really. But you know, share, spread the love. Okay, yeah, I said I was tucking into that coffee and I got distracted by espresso. Or is it the other way around? Should probably just get like a dedicated scooper for. Oh, look at that. Dedicated scooper for the gel. A nice little puck over here, too. Oh. Where is this? Honestly, no, man. I really don't paint a whole lot of canvases. I just started recently, so in one of my live streams before that I did, it was I have a well that Jicle right there of the thing is by Chet, and so I use that as a reference to paint my own sort of thingy type thing. Did my own thing. And like I'm no Chet. It was one of my first on canvases, and I was using water mixable oils and acrylics, and just sort of mixing up water with the two of them together and hoping it worked because the box said I could. And I actually really enjoy the canvas, but I'm I've done a lot more miniatures than I've done canvas work. So, but it is a nice change. Like I was actually sort of having this discussion today about a lot of people like the miniatures is like almost like a paint by numbers. Like you don't have to think of the subject content; you just got to color it in, like a 3D coloring book. And like there's techniques that can go both ways, but there's also techniques that just don't seem like if I was to try to like slap chop my canvas, I would just it wouldn't work. So yeah, I'm more versed at painting models. I just have more experience with that. But I do really like canvases. It's fun. It's liberating. Just kind of sketch and play with words and ideas. And I'll like doodle a lot, and then when I find something that I like that I doodled, I'll start honing in on it. Or I'll try to find a picture and like tediously go about trying to make it or recreate it. Okay, so I got this espresso. Now I'm kind of thinking I need to put it in really shadowy areas. So I'm just gonna dab a little here to see what that looks like. But I don't hate it. That's a start. Now let's see how we can get a little bit of this gel in our coffee. And see where we can find that shadow in the crest of the skull here. I think this is what I want here. Try to pull some of that out. Now I want a good deal of darkness in these kind of bits here. Just gonna go in thick with that. Some red on that after. Once again, give me a shout in the comments section. I swear one day I'll come back. I'll rig up a zap collar so when I start mumbling or drifting away, you can like, hey, figure it out. Checking out what's going on. Yeah, I was saying like, put the links in. He's good. Yeah, when I saw his work, I was like, yeah, insta follow. All right. So I'm kind of seeing how the gel and the that transparency can work against me here. That's okay. I'm I'm honestly liking this coffee color. And with a little black after that. Let's hit here. I want shadow. And sometimes you gotta like lean back when you're sitting like this and hyper focus that little lines and stuff. Sometimes you need to like lean back and see where you're going with it. Uh, oh yeah, this stuff is it's like really cheap Michael's cracked smart. Here, other camera. Ah, that's better. So we're using this stuff. And I got this Artist Loft slow dry binding gel medium. So it kind of is a little greasier. It dries it still dries like acrylic paint, you know, but I find it actually gives a nice little slide. These really cheap paints, I find when they're matte, they're kind of like, it's like apple barrel matte. It's kind of like chalky finish. So this actually gives it a nice, I know, slide. All synthetics. It's all just crappy Taklon. Shouldn't say crappy Taklon, but yeah, all my stuff. I'm cheap as hell, so all my gear comes from the pretty much dollar store Michaels. It's funny. I actually this easel was it was a score from an office closing, and I saw it for sale, not for sale, but it was on the shelf in Michael's the other day for like $200. So I almost jumped up and clicked my heels right there, because I didn't realize this thing was so goddamn expensive. Because I probably would not put $200 out for an easel. I'd probably just try to like bind it to my wall somehow. I don't know. But yeah, most of my materials are pretty cheap. Now for the model painting, you're kind of forced to use, not forced, but like your highly pigmented model paints. Here we'll do a little gripe here. So a little bottle like this. Yep. How much is this? Okay, so 0.4 fluid ounces or 12 milliliters for this little pot was as much as technically 6 of these. So, like the model paint, the thing about model paint though is it dries like that. Like you can brush stroke it, count to 5, and then brush stroke over it to do your layers, and it's dry. Most of them. The ones that aren't they stay wet for a reason, so you can blend better. But I feel like they use a bunch of additives, so you're not holding on to a wet model and you can finish it really fast if you're just playing a game. Not happy with that spot. Whereas I feel like watery, like mixing your water and acrylic, thinning it down, you'd either have not really good binding for your model, like your paint will kind of slough off, or it'll be just like too thin to work with. Let's get some red in the mix. So yeah, mostly miniatures. But yeah, I'm really liking canvases, and it's all cheap stuff. What was I looking for? Red. Let's see, we got a burgundy. Ooh, we got a wine. That should be a nice color. Sorry, I was getting caught up. Okay, near Tampa, yeah. Where are you at? Look at the text. Where do you get your propylene glycol? Like I've heard using glycol is like even as like a flow aid for your mini paint is good, but I've just never seen it. I've heard it's, you know, I don't want to say hard to get, but just like you're not going to find it in your average store. Good old apple barrel. Yeah. Love me those cheap paints. I'm also not a good enough painter to tell the difference, so give me a few years when I go, oh god, this stuff is awful. I need this other. I need some Winsor Newton. You know, then once I know better, maybe it'll make a difference. But until then, learn as I go. So we're gonna use this wine, and already I really like it. I think it's actually a really good color. Ooh, to paint my studio with. Ooh, where's wine? There's wine. Wine's at the end. Whoop, no. There we are. There's our wine. So now where do we put our wine? Slide it in. Slide it in. Probably could have not used so much gel for the sake of opacity. Didn't I? But I really like that. I bet you wine and coffee. Where'd my coffee cup go? Bet you wine and coffee would actually mix really nicely together. We're gonna do that, so find out if I'm right, if I'm terribly wrong. Okay, where else? That'll be tricky. I think for that I'm just gonna test something here. And take a little wine and a little bit of our suede mess here. We're just gonna go blah 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 blah. Wash our brush. Oh, that's awesome, man. Yeah, I found so when I started, like on my Instagram, there's a stack of it's like the first posts on Instagram. It was an army of MTG miniatures. There's like 60 something. I think there's like 63 of them. And they're all painted with Tester's high gloss acrylic model paint that you paint like a model car with. So they're just shiny and awful. And I started with blue, red, like primary colors, black, white, and silver. And then I ended up getting a matte leather and a matte flesh tone pale to like try to drag colors into matte. And then there's so much leather on all the minis, I was just like, I need leather color. That will save my ass. But I did find that being able to just kind of mush colors around instead of needing like, you know, 100 mini, like I have tons of mini paints. So like it does save like, oh, I need this green. It's like I can just take the exact green. But it does help to know how to mix that green if you need it. Or how to like, once again, say you have two greens, you kind of have the head start on how to mix. But, you know, working with just like 5 colors, that is super impressive, dude. I would probably bite my nails. That'd actually be a cool content piece though, like primary colors, black, white, go. And do something that's not primary colors at all. That would be a cool challenge piece to do. Oh, I like that idea, Painthand. Oh, good idea, Painthand. Oh, thank you, Painthand. Challenge accepted. No, I can't take credit for that. That's all you do. Okay, let's dance a little bit of this wine on top of our coffee. That is exactly what I wanted to see. Let's keep that up. Let's keep that happy up. Play with the stuff that I'm pretty sure is working before I go to the stuff that I'm afraid is going to kick my ass. This is the first time I've worked with the slow dry gel. I gotta say, I like it. I like the way it behaves. It's obedient. And like, I'm used to super fast drying mini paint, so this actually, like, this kinda is like, you know, prep school for oil paint or something. Because yeah, I did find when I did those the water mixables and acrylic, like the water mixables dry faster than oils anyway. But I found once they were mixed, like diluted with water and mixed with acrylic, it kind of just it made them not behave as much like oils anymore. Like they lean towards the acrylics, like an acrylic with a really long work time, which was kind of nice. But because I didn't know what I was doing, it was very easy to mix them up. Still is. Okay. Do I go brighter red? It's gonna need some brighter red at some point. I'm just taking a peek. Dude, they're all apple barrel? I would not have guessed that, man. I would not have guessed that, bro. That is awesome, man. That gives me hope. Dude, that's really impressive. I didn't know they were just all apple barrel, man. Like shit. That's very impressive. Like I said, it gives me hope though. Like kind of sometimes look at it like, oh, I'm just using cheap paints. But I also feel like once it's on the wall, no one's gonna like, oh, that paint is cheap. Like if it's kind of what you come up with in the end. God, I would love to see someone do that, just like lick paint off. Oh, exquisite. All right, what do we got here? We got red. Red's boring. Let's go crimson. Red's not boring, but I feel like crimson is more what I need. I'm sorry, red. I shouldn't call you boring. Very important color. Ooh, this might almost be too bright. Hmm. Let's switch a brush here. Let's get something a little bigger. No. Let's get you. Yeah. Oh man, that's the other thing too. It's like I feel like when I did my other painting, I would have just been pretty bummed at instead of smudging them like that's like 30 cents worth. Like if I, dumped it out and oiled it, thinnered it, used, and anything from linseed to gal kid, and really like got into all those really expensive things and then just went, ah, I hate this painting. Like, oh, that's like not only the time but the cost of your work. That's a terrible thought. Maybe it'd be a better motivator to not give up on the game, but I don't know. Maybe I'm not quite there yet. Give me time. Give me time. Alright, so I don't want this red to be too fierce. I'm actually going to pull a tiny bit of wine into it. Red wine. Yeah, that's kind of nice there. We're kind of getting this mix between them. I think that's where I want to be with it. Get that excess off. Let's take it off the nose here. Now, one thing I'm kind of happy with about this is this gel stuff blends really nice. But I also don't have to worry about striations and brush lines as much. I can just chalk it up to organic striations in the muscle. So I don't have to be too worried about, you know, perfect clean lines. And this is one of those things where it's almost like the messier the better. There is a level of mess you want with this to make it look kind of rough and old. Bit of a snag here, so my vein is going to be there to there. I'm trying to like forecast where I'm going to paint marker veins and stuff. I guess it doesn't really matter, but let's see if that is a vein there. I want that window. The whole thing's covered in muscle. I'm over. They're just getting caught up. Dude, my pleasure. Like honestly, that's like if I can help draw any inspiration, motivation, getting things in, I actually want to ask about liquid because the uh the water-based oils that I have say they're, you can use them with thinners or you can use them with water. Uh, you can use them with linseed oil and you can use them with liquid. Uh, and when I was at Michael's, I was kind of sitting there like linseed oil, liquid, like the whole like ketchup, catsup, ketchup, catsup, and I don't know what exactly. Like any tips to a noob on which one does what better, maybe? Like, not like which one I should buy, because I know things have different uses, but like maybe their best applications. Painted flowers. Get my Bob Ross on. Just put some cryptids inside of Bob Ross painting, and then you're good. Put like a chupacabra eating a goat somewhere in the background. Don't be laughing. Ooh, I do like this red wine. red wine. Red and red wine mix. I wonder if they make a white wine. Like, if that's red wine, what's white wine look like? Would that be like an ivory sort of color? Alright, so that's gonna wrap around the nose a bit. I'm just kind of peeking over my shoulder here, looking at my reference, this little hook here. Ooh, that was nice. Yeah, that just felt smooth off the brush. Oh, I don't even care if that looks good or not. It felt nice. Just pack that on. You know what? I feel like if I can pack on paint really thick and make a bit of a texture to it, that won't be a bad thing because this whole model is that this guy made his textures. So put that in there. Want I'm actually gonna maybe use a little more of this gel and dilute it a little more. Keep an eye on the chat. Okay, I think champagne. You know what? That's a good point. Didn't think of that. Gotcha. But champagne has bubbles. What about a nice rosé? Uh, I like some tequila myself. Some reposado. There we go. That's my rosé. I'm gonna throw a little bit of bright red. I'm gonna leave that white piece. I think that kind of looks good there. You know what? No, that's gonna be a little darker. We might, we might burgundy that. Oh, no. Catch a little bit of water here. And they say beat the devil out of the brush. I'm really liking how these paints and this gel work. Could just be all the gel. Could be the paint and the gels. I haven't used the gel with any other paint, and I haven't used this paint on its own, so I guess I really don't have a good base to say whether it's working well or not. Feels good. Like it's moving the way I kind of want it to. I could use a little more opacity, but I think between the gel and the cheap paint, no, can't be greedy. Alright. So that lip is going to need a bit of work. Well, let's get a little, is that natural buff still alive? Yes, it is. Let's work some of that. Get a bit of a pink going. So that's our natural buff in between the wine and the red. Ooh. Yep, sorry. Cut on a weird angle. I'm gonna use this for the lip. The gums, rather. Ooh, get a little bit more of that, is it some suede? Probably have a jar as well as my bucket. Usually I like rinsing in a jar. But with canvas, there's so much more paint that you're working with. It's not like a mini where you can use just like a little ram kit. It's like you kind of need a big ass bucket for something to sort it up. So I'm just going over this part here and blending because it's kind of where that nose sits. Blend that. It's a little darker on the side, so work that in. Maybe even work a little coffee into that. I really like this espresso color. Now we can go darker. Let's scoop up a lot more espresso. There's this little pocket down here. See me smishing around. Okay, so put on the nose to be a bit dark. Bit of shadow there. Beside the eye. Piece here. So bring that darkness up. Blend that. Alright, let's do quick blend. I like that, dude. I'm gonna make that joke next time. You don't want to get beaten up. Man, I'm just trying to paint. Stop kicking my ass out of the brush. You made a deal with me, remember? I'm trying to help you. I'm gonna feel bad every time I paint my brush. Like, oh, poor guy. He's just trying to help me out. Alright. What does Bob say? Two hairs and some air? Oh yeah. Cheap brushes shed. I'll fight that border later. Kinda did. Not a whole lot. But I can kind of see where it pulls on the either. I feel like I need to go a little darker behind that eye. Apparently, that's not the color to do with. Let's get some more espresso on the palette. Style. Oh, okay, sorry, I missed that question earlier. So I do like. I have a background in healthcare, and I, you know, like animals a lot, I guess. I like weird, creepy sci-fi stuff. So I think that's kind of all those things land together. Like for the miniatures, I feel like I usually have more enjoyment painting something organic, like a monster or like a shark, like an animal or a creature. I feel gets me more enthusiastic for the work than something like cold metal vehicles and body armor. those sort of man-made hard angles. I like that kind of organic flow. The only catch is that, skin is friggin' hard to paint. I make that joke. Skin is hard to paint, and I'm making that joke with a tattoo artist here. It's like, dude, you have no idea. Painting skin, you say? All right, where the hell did I go with this? I think I was trying to get some of this kind of coffee beige to run behind the eye there like that, and up above like that. And I think I want that side bright and this to take a bit of shadow. We're just going to lightly brush that. I'll probably come over that dark side and this side with a bit of that wine. Let's do that right now, because why wait? I'll brighten it up with a bit of that pink we had. So I think that's one of the nicest things I like about this gel right now, is that normally with an acrylic and my models, I'd be using a wet palette, and that wet palette would be, doing its best in this friggin' summer heat. So wear a friggin' hoodie. But so what it would do would be, it would be keeping your paint nice and fresh from that acrylic paint drying up really fast. And with this palette, it would probably turn to crust really quick without this gel. But it's letting me use a dry palette, like kind of with the same, I wouldn't say the same length as a wet palette, but it's definitely letting me mix on my palette much easier than I normally would with an acrylic. Like I'd be soaking this thing in water and I've barely gone to the water. It just kind of greases itself up, which has been really nice. Let's get down there. Okay, so that eye, there's a really dark recess immediately around the eye. So let's try to pull that out. Get the stick. It's like I'm playing the violin here. I know for some reason I gotta like line my head up. I can't just like hold it and go. I gotta like, I don't know why. Let's bring that dark down. Let's really bring it home. Punch it in on this side. Oh shit. No. Happy accident. Smooth that through. We'll come back to that. And see, that's the kind of blend I want. I'm only getting it on that side. Oh. There we go, a little spit blend. Well, let's do the same thing on the other side, kind of. Use a little more red because it's a little brighter on that side. Let's start under here. But I'm immediately noticing actually in my sketch compared to the picture, I'm missing a bottom eyelid. That's gone. That'd be a miserable way to live. So we're gonna help him out. We're gonna fix that. I'm just gonna make a little more fleshy red. Jump back in there. I like the idea of the Chinese food containers. Most of mine have leftovers in them. Thrifty in a different way. But that's a pretty clever idea. And if they're like really messed up, you can just be like, whatever, I'll order more Chinese food. It's brilliant. Okay, I wanted that eye, but I wanted it a little fleshier, didn't I? Kind of want that kind of a pinky sort of skin look, because maybe not skin. See if that passes for an eyelid. Let me know. But only let me know if it does pass for an eyelid. If not, I'll ignorantly keep thinking so. I just gotta not look that way. Oh man. Good enough. Let me take a little poke here. Yeah, it looks like an eyelid-ish. You can come back with a bit of dark and a bit of light, and kind of play with those over. All right, let's see how it's going. Oh, Armin, what's up, man? Oh my God, I almost put my. I needed that coffee, right? More coffee. Sploosh. So let me go unhand all my crap for a second. Dude, thank you for joining me. How you doing? How's your week been? Okay. Alrighty, so for the art, I'll show you the reference. Actually, here, because I have the reference like loaded up digitally, but when I do that, my mic dies and can't. I didn't think it through when I put the link for it. So we're just. Why am I putting in the small screen? Idiot. Like, yeah, up here, up here. So this is what I kind of based it off. It is a paper mache sculpture made by Dr. Louis Thomas Jerome Auzoux. I think I'm saying his name. But he was he was born in like 1797, and he made learning sculptures for human anatomy out of paper mache. And like, shit, I just think that looks really cool. Like, it would be the health nerd in me. Like, it would be a dream to have one of these. A lot of his works still exist, and they exist. Like, they're not just people. He does anatomical structures of, like, he's done a full scale horse, snails, beetles, like all sorts of animals. So, but just having one of these as like a learning tool that you never touch, but an incredible piece of art, wow. So I figured I'd at least try to paint it because I know I'll never actually have one of those. I can at least have something like it on my wall. So those are 12 bucks. Man, 12? You gotta think of the interest on that, dude. 1797? I'm not even good at math, but I know there's interest there. You know what? So, I think it's still somewhere, maybe like, in the one of my parents' treasure trove of children accomplishments. In high school, I actually made like a fully deconstructed hand from like skin right down to bone, and it was fully articulated as a project. I made it all out of, like, Yeah, they were all held together by like a bathtub bead chain. My mic just go weird. Did I lose my mic? Get our mic back. Can you hear me? Check one, check one. Sorry, I think I had some mic problems there. I could see my mic gauge, like, and just flatten out. So hopefully that's fixed or it didn't get too bad. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, I'm glad I caught that one. But you know, it wouldn't be a proper podcast or a paint session without my mic dying at least once. You know? I should just put like a timer on my mic to kill itself at some point, just to keep me on my toes. Some random point my mic will die. Yeah, it just sounds like a terrible idea. I mean, it's sitting here for like half an hour. I think the longest I've gone on with a dead mic was like, I want to say at least 16 minutes. Long enough for JFK's speech. Let me put it like that. JFK could get his whole speech off before I could figure out that my mic was dead. Alright, let's get back to this painting. You know, give the people what they want. Oops. It's a little messy up there. Don't mind that touch of brightness. I think that's kind of pulling that red from there. Just gonna kind of pull that and mash them together. Yeah. Now, I don't think it's going to dry like this, but I am seeing some bits of this gel that looks shiny, but I don't think it's going to dry glossy. Like, I think it'll dry matte still. What do we have? That's our wine. What else did I say? We're going for burgundy. Oh my god, yeah. If anyone did have headphones, I apologize. Just give your eardrums a little bit of an earthquake. Happy little earthquake. So I wanted to go a little more red. And I need a bit more of a tendon there. And I really want to get most of the paint off my brush. Let's do a little bit of a red scrape up here. And where's that somewhat damp larger brush? The Bodyworks thing, the human heart. Yeah, this guy was like the original Bodyworks person. Like before you could polymer them, some of his actual animal sculpts used the skeletons. So one could argue this guy was doing Body work before body work. Kind of like how that puts a bit of a striation in there. I tap it and get the same kind of little Bob Ross pushy push. I think I need a little more paint. We'll just dab a little more on in the same way. Get that little bit there. Probably blend some ivory at the base of this sort of smudge. I'm going to pour a little more ivory on. And the reason being is to give it a little bit of that tendon on the fascia. Guess maybe I can keep this guy right here. Here? Y'all see that okay? And tell me if I'm... Oh no, you can't see it there at all. There we go, we're going back here. My hand's gonna get in the way a bit, but... You know, maybe that'll help. Oh, nope, don't want that. I wanted ivory. That's the ivory. Oh shit, what up, man? Oh, yo, 10 points to whoever can name that movie. Yeah, I didn't get to take it up. Kalima! Kirsten Ma! Alright, let's get a little more of this ivory in here. Okay. Splash shape here. Just gonna keep going down. Up just a bit in there. Oh, doing a little finger painting. Let's get a little blend on that. Alright. I think for the lips, we will use this, just go a little bit of a pink and see what happens. Maybe we'll redden it up a bit. Back to a small brush. See what this pink looks like. It's pretty pink. Let's drag a little red into that. A little more red. Put a little more wine, it's starting to dry out. And like those little bits of paint, they're still a little tacky, but they're starting to dry out everything that's been mixed with the gel. So it's starting to meet its like pretty dry time. I'm sure I could start hitting it with water and get a little bit more life out of it. So I'm just trying to mix up a bit of some wine and some pink here, get a bit of a lip color. Now I'm looking at the picture. I'm seeing the lip on the. It is super pale. So I think I'm going about the wrong way. Give me 2 seconds. We're gonna go, instead of wine and pink, we're gonna use a touch of pink in this natural buff. Yeah, this stuff, it's like a fleshy color. So we'll work pink in with that. And then natural buff is gonna be a nice go-to piece to tie a lot of things together. I think it's kind of like a nice tissuey base that you can redden up or warm up or cool down, however you seem to need. Alright, let's see what this looks like. I like it. That is what I wanted. Yo. Oh. Hmm. Is there anywhere else I'm gonna That's where the tissues kind of. It's kind of scratching it off. I like that much better for the eyelid as well. All right. Ooh, the Mortal Kombat movie. I liked it. I feel like if there's any, has everyone seen it? I don't want to give any spoilers. I don't want to put any bias. I will say it was fun. It was really fun. Okay, I'm going back to the red wine. And we want it for here. A little bit of mouth just to kind of darken that up. At the bottom here, looks like there's a bit of some muscle and tissue. on the chin, the far half of the chin, and above the lip. So you get a smushy brush back, and we'll go from there. Oh, did I just drop? Yep. There we go. Paint in the water. Ah, no harm done. It's sealed up. Just look at it. It's extra thin now. I'm actually going to grab a little bit of this gel and just splooge a chunk out there that I can draw when I need. That might be a little dark. Let's see. You know what? That'll work. There we go. Yeah, it's almost like the messier the better, right? You don't want this to look perfectly clean. And a little more of this red towards the top. And I'm going to do something kind of weird here. I don't know how well this is going to work, but we're going to try it anyway. I'm going to darken up some pink, kind of get like a fleshy chunk here, just for this piece here. Just tap on. It's just outside the lines with some wrap base there. Okay. Here's gonna be the weird tricky part, because I kind of want to do like adipose tissue, like globules of fat cells, which are kind of yellow. But I don't want them too yellowy, so I'm wondering how do I pinky orange them? That's what I'm doing right now. We'll see. I'm just gonna do little blobs. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. There we go. Don't hate it. Well, that one's a little big. We break him up with a bit of wine, or no, I'll just give him a few buddies. So, Happy little adipose tissues. Very nice. I could probably get a bigger stippler. A wider stippler brush. Let's get this big chomper. Alright, now I'm just gonna go bop, 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 bop. There we go. Slap these little orange bits. Kind of a little pokeroo there. Oh, poke. Might need to probably go a little wilder with this, just to kind of help texture it. As you can tell, this is very precise work. No luck. It's just kind of poking it with quite a dry brush and getting the texture down. Oh, look at that. I fuck it up while I am looking. Nice. I was loaded a little heavy there. So let's just pull a bit of that coffee wine back out. Want a little more coffee. Got a boop for accuracy. Well, apparently the boop wasn't saving me. Maybe it was. Maybe it was all the boop. Let me ask other painters out there. Do you guys boop when you paint? Boop, boop, boop. I feel like everyone boops when they paint. It's kind of like you can't help it. You just look at the color down there. Boop. There we go. Yes, give me that coffee water. There we go. Get that darkness back on. I think we'll go with a gray for the eye. No, we have really dark grays. Okay, we'll go with the off-whites. So let me just see what's going on here. Key eye. I like that. I like that. You're onto something. Maybe instead of booping, I should be key eyeing. Just yeah. Kick this painting's ass. So we got some natural buff here. I think the ivory would be kind of what I want. The ivory or suede that I think I want to mix with the white. Apparently I just dropped ivory right on it. I'm going to do the exact same thing with suede, so apparently we're doing both. Oop. Oh, so that's where I screwed up. I booped when I poured paint. That's a no-no. Alright, let's see what we end up with here. A little bit of this gel goop. Throw it into the mix. As this is what we're working on right now. This little guy up here. And we'll probably have to pull some more suede into the eye. Just gonna go over this. Ooh. Got some stray hairs on this thing. There we go. That cute brush is shed. A lot. Yeah. Take that back sort of strip with the suede. And that should do what I want. Well, hopefully this painting can look, from the 1700s. I don't know if that's good or bad. Like, I mean, if I could paint like a 1700s painter whose art has been preserved this long, that'd be amazing. But if my art fresh off the press looks like it has been aged, but you know what? That would actually be pretty impressive. But I think there'd be more to it than just painting a rough looking painting. Like, I don't even know how one would like go about aging a canvas other than, tea staining it. Just gonna go right over that middle. Blend it all together after. Yeah, I'm starting to cut in 2 seconds here. Whoa. Just tighten that up. Oh, did I just poke him in the face? Oh, I totally poked him in the face. Sorry, Louie. I'm gonna call him Louie. Sorry. Ugh. Sorry, guys. I killed the mic again. Check, check. Boom, boom. I can't even say it didn't die, because it totally has. Alright, let's put something heavy on this base, so hopefully I don't knock it over again. There's like wires everywhere, so. Dang it. Yeah, I finds a way. Just a friggin' mess. So let me look at this for guys. Still with me? Excellent. Alright, where? There you go. Okay, so we were up here. I was missing this kind of off suede for the eyeballs. I wanted, what was it? The slightly darker to blend. Let's do that. Let's go a little scoop. Scoop a little bit. Alright, so this should be just a bit. There we go. Bright wine. As I say, I really like this wine color. That's been like the star of the show for me. I'm just gonna glue that brush up. Back to that ivory. So yeah, the movie I was referencing before about the ivory was How High with Method Man and Redman. Yeah. Yeah. The Wu-Tang shirt might have been a little hint. But, yeah, it's a good. I don't know if I'd call it like a good movie like, oh, it's awesome. But, and its day and at my age at the time, it was great. The dude gets his bicycle stolen. Man, it's like one of the best moments in movie history. Bicycle, bicycle. Oh, God, just running it down. It's my baby, stop! Great movie. Great song. I'm just gonna put these teeth. That's, I don't want to say weird, but like the paper mache model actually has very white teeth comparatively to the rest of it. I'm just kind of doing this and barring it up. I did mention in the beginning, I actually have some paint markers as well. So I'm probably going to use the paint markers to do the arteries, the veins. Like I might use paint to use some big ones or some really dark ones, things that I don't have the paint markers in color. But for those fine little lines, I'll probably come in with the paint markers. Once again, something that I'm not too versed with using, but I do. I've used markers before. No, they're not the exact same. Not not as vexing as oil paints per se. Just gonna get his teeth on. The brown paint markers. It's looking pretty good. You know what? Let's see if I can be clever and hide some teeth. Nope. I don't know if that worked. I think what I need to do is take the pink and go back over top. And then it will work. Just, yeah, I need to make the lip look like it's on top of it rather than sitting below everything. See, just that little line, that little nudge there. Makes a big difference down there. Now here we'll kind of do the same thing. So we can't block out this teeth bit. So it kind of just looks like those lower teeth are in place. And that upper lip is kind of closed over. And like, I should probably state that as I'm talking about what I'm doing, this isn't exactly like, you know, the tutorial on how to paint. This is just me speaking my brain as I bumble along. So I'm always open to tips and suggestions and advice because, you know, that's how you get better. But also, if I'm doing something, you know, if I say something that's like incorrect, uh, you know, it's probably because I don't know better. Like, I don't know. I don't want to mislead people with like last one. Like I'm mixing acrylics and oils. Like I'm sure most people look at that and go, "What the hell are you doing?" So I don't want to be like I'm teaching and this is exactly how you do things, because it's more just like this is how I'm figuring it out the hard way. I think most people, I don't know. I think it's actually pretty tough to not learn the hard way. I think we all learn very well through experience. But unfortunately, sometimes experience is the hard way. You gotta experience some crap to learn from it. You know? You never make mistakes, you never learn. I know that's a common one too. Uh, like in jujitsu, it's built on your knowledge. The foundation of the knowledge in your jujitsu is built on all the mistakes you've made since day one. Oh, don't reach there. Don't put your hand there. Don't lean that way. Okay, it's actually looking kind of, you know, right? Is that, am I right in saying that? I expected it to look a lot more off, for lack of better words. I feel like I'm actually kind of towing the line on it okay. I'm a little afraid of what's going to happen at that neck, because my sketch kind of just goes wild down there with the lines. We'll see what happens. Yeah, and I've kind of like, I'm just kind of making a mess on the palette now. It's just like a big mix of fleshies and reds. Oh my goodness. I thought this was a masterclass. Do we have any Metalocalypse fans in the house? Squiggle, squiggle, advanced masterclass. If you're a Metalocalypse fan, you probably get that reference. No, I'm not allergic to cilantro. Yeah, I do like my ridiculous cartoons, so you'll probably get those references from me a lot. Let's push some of that. Kind of just pushing around some more of that brownie line. Seems to make a really nice shadow. So I'm kind of taking advantage of that while it's still available to me. It's kind of the problem about mixing a big mess palette like that. It's like, how, where did I get that color from? It's like, well, it's been all the colors you've been working with smudging around, and you just kind of pulled off that blob. So Make another glob, I guess. Ooh, that's too much of a glob. Let's keep that on the inside there. And see? And it pulls a nice shadow. I feel like I actually need to. Oh, let's get the Bobby fan brush going. Yeah. The master class. That puts a big smile on my face. Just gonna try to get sort of blade of my fan brush. And I'm just gonna poke this line. Ooh, that was crisp. Whew. Happy with that. Just want to get that little bit of the blade down. Without getting too much of the rest of it. Just gonna kind of finger smudge that along. This looks too much like an eyelash. There we go. So I'm just kind of touching this around for a bit of shade and shadow, like under the nose here. Okay. I'm gonna get something really dark for a sec. I'm gonna fill in that nostril. Ooh, that's super wet. That's gonna just be runny. Let's work that off there. Just made a big globby brown mess. Yeah, so the blue's probably gonna come later. So if you check the reference, oh, yep, God, I gotta. So from the reference here, you can see that there is blue, but it's in very small pockets, and it's really only for all the veins. So yes, some blue will come into the mix, but it's it's just gonna be small bits and accents. Okay, let's get this nostril going. Need that nostril dark. understand. Okay, that looks pretty damn good. I'm gonna move on to the brain in a second. How long have we been? About 2 hours? Alright. Not bad. I suspect this one might take me, I'd like to get it done one shot, but I won't be surprised if it takes me two. Let's see, I had a color chosen for brains. There we go. Coral. Alright. So I'm actually going to find a drier spot on the canvas here. I'm just going to put palette out of the canvas. I'm going to wipe my canvas off. Yeah. So I'm just going to clean up this one little bit so I have a clean spot to work. Not totally necessary, but it is helpful. Oh, ow. There, just a little corner. Nice and clean. Yeah, see? Comes off pretty good. So we wanted some coral. The start of our brains. Get some coral. Get some of this gel. Get a good chunk of this gel. We'll mix them all together here. So that's our coral. Alright, now I'm just going to use just the same brush. I'm just going to lightly go over the whole brain to start. There we go. The coral was a lovely choice. Still a little brighter than the actual, I guess saying the image, there's a lot of brown to it. I think right off the bat, oh man. I will say I'm blessed that I have no idea what I'm doing with either. So now I can totally see that though once you get into the groove of working with one thing and then just like changing mediums and getting totally thrown. Like that's totally understandable. Maybe a little more coral. I just need it a little slick. So I will say this this gel does give a bit, not right away, like right away it's really nice, but over time it does kind of feel like it gives like some tack, Like normally if I'm using water, like there's a lot of, oh, it's runny, and this actually gives a feeling like it's sticky, like as it's drawing. More so than water. I guess that's kind of the point, though. It'll grab other paint as you're mixing without breaking up the pigment. That's the idea. I think this brush just has mean bristles. Find something a little lighter. You don't use a reference at all? That's, for me, that's a real challenge. Like, I usually need something to kind of like look at or base off, or like, I don't know. Like, yeah, like if I'm gonna paint an animal, I would very much like having a picture of that animal to like refer to. I feel like that's one of the most impressive things about a lot of these painters that paint from the dark arts and everything is like the the ability to like imagine up that character is like that's a real challenge in itself. So yeah, okay, that actually it makes a lot of sense too. Like yeah, doing if you're freehanding tattoos, that makes a lot of sense. That it's like you'd have like you'd have how am I trying to say it? Like the references in your mind. I'm just kind of fudging around here. Um, Now the eyes in the mannequin here they look kind of like an olivey sort of color. I'm probably gonna give them a blue pop, black pupil, little white flat highlight, kind of like I did with my thing painting. Just because I like the idea of that little color pop. I feel that color pop of blue though is actually gonna give a little shift of like old mannequin to like living thing. Like I'm kind of worried that maybe I should keep with that sort of dead color in the eye. I don't know. We'll get to that when we get to that. Let's keep going with the brain here. So it looks like there is a little bit of, I'm gonna say some sort of tan or brown mixed in with that brain color. So we'll just mix some suede and coral together and see what we get. Doo-doo. Hmm. Yeah, tattooing that's a different, like I can't imagine how much more difficult that would be. Like, first of all, you don't have a flat canvas. The canvas will literally move and jump out from under you. Like, I feel like that alone would be a real challenge working, a living canvas. Okay, so what I need to kind of determine for the brain are like, the the sulcus of the brain, the sulci. Yeah, and the gyre, like all your little brain lobes. I gotta figure out which ones are veins and which ones are brains. So let's just kind of feel like the brains kind of have that tree split, and the veins turn. So that's how I'm gonna kind of lean on it. Do I want that coffee still? No, let's go. What's this? This is just plain old brown. It's a nice brown though. Like I would have thought it was like some like you know chocolate or something. No, just plain old brown. No, I will agree with you, man. That's no, that is a little weird that it comes easier than painting. I feel like there's so much more in a tattoo, so much more to consider in a tattoo that maybe that's the thing. It's like such a heightened challenge. It's like a tightrope that you can't slip. So you never let yourself slip, and you keep yourself strict to like you know doing well. It's not like you can be like, ah, well, this canvas sucks. I'm just gonna wash it off. So I feel like maybe there's that like no going back level that you know puts your brain in a different gear when you're doing tattoos. I don't know. This is I'm liking this sort of topic discussion. It's very neat, very neat to me to learn about all sorts of other art and mediums. All right, I don't like what I'm doing with this salt guy and gyro right here. This is too dark. What am I doing here? I think we're just gonna do little lobes. Like I'm gonna just do this from a distance and like, okay, we got a lobe shade here. Watch me fuck this up royally. Got a lobe shade down here. We got a lobe shade over here. Lobe shade here. Just gonna do spots. See, look, I just kind of lost it. I'm like, screw it. But is it screw it, or is there a reason or method to my madness? Let's hope. Oh yeah. So didn't work perfectly like I wanted, but it kind of got a bit more of where I wanted. And yeah, right now I can really feel that tack from that gel. Alright, I think that's landed how I wanted though. I'm happy with that. Let's do a few more touches here. Here. I kind of just hit the borders of this brain. I think the smarter approach is just to get a little dab of smush. Come back in with the paint markers after. Do it up. Yeah. Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head with that, dude. Yeah. See, I guess, like, like, if you're doing it for a living, it's like, whether you build bridges or put down tattoos, you don't want to screw your job up ever. But yeah, I feel like that high level of pressure Yeah, like every piece of art you do is live in front of your one person client slash audience. Oh man, I couldn't imagine. All right, so we got our messy brain down, and you can see in the picture here, like it's got these two little, guessing screws, bolts, or like hatch pieces, so you can take that chunk of brain off. Like the whole thing opens up, right? And like you can explode it all. I tried to sort of leave that out of the painting. Yeah, I'm quite happy with how this is looking so far. Just a little worried about that brain, to be honest. And what do I need here? I think I need a little more red in that background. Not background, but like the back of the skull here. Just a little more. Ooh. Finger smudge. There we go. That's what we want. Dabaroo down the back. Perfect. Yeah, this wine color is the unsung hero of today's paint session. This painting was brought to you by the letter wine. What do you guys think? Yeah, man, that's see that I would be like honestly I'd be paralyzed if someone handed me a tattoo gun. I was like, dude, I don't care, just go. I would I'd let you. I would be paralyzed with like, oh no, man, no, man, you can't let me. Like, I'd it's like I'd want to learn, but I'd be afraid to learn. Does that make sense? Like a canvas, I can be like, ah, this sucks. I guess there are like things that you can use to like practice your tattoos without practicing with people, I guess. But I think that's kind of like the gold standard is to tattoo living skin, right? Living like human skin. But I guess like I said, you could probably do like get like a side of a like a pig side or something. You know, there's probably like fake skin and stuff. Yes, that would throw me. Like to just like blank canvas. I couldn't do this image right now if I didn't have a sketch in place. Like I couldn't just like poof and put the paint down and make this. My my brain can't do that. So I'm kind of looking right now at where I'm at with this and this, minus like some of the fine lines and details. I'm looking all right. That I never get eyes right, so I'm not too upset about that. That little hole in the mouth there, like that's kind of a riddle to me. So the way that trails off, it's a bit tricky. Like I'm happy with where that sits, but I feel like my jaw and that little piece there are kind of missing a bit. Yeah, all those little veins and stuff we'll bang out with a paint marker. So now this neck piece, I'm pretty sure that's a thyroid gland. Of the carotid artery, and you have, Pretty sure those are cranial nerves, you know? More like your top spine, your parasympathetics. So, yeah, like you can kind of see here, I kind of got lost in that little piece of metal. Didn't really know where to go in that shadow. And that eye will be... Like I said, I don't know whether it'll be better to give it life or not. Anyone got any tips for what I could have done better? What would have maybe looked better? Order of operations? Maybe start from the ground up instead of the head down. Inside out, outside in. I don't know. Always loving the input. Always looking to learn. Yeah, it's like I'm gonna have to take a second to just put that together. Pretty sure this here is your voice box, your trachea. See, what I feel like I'm missing is missing a trachea in here. An esophagus and a trachea. I think that's what I'm missing. And I was gonna say, I'm just running out of coffee. And we are, what are we at now? We are at 2.5 hours. So, let me bring this back to life here. Okay. Yeah, noted. I like that. See, I feel like I've been trying to add brown to that like burgundy and adding brown into that to try to like drag it down. I think you're onto something with that blue. I think anatomically that blue, even if it starts to bend towards purple, like if I take a reddy chestnutty brownie, you know, my coffee wine, and I start to drag that in with that like a navy or something. There's actually, hold on. So I don't usually like to use the modeling paints for canvases, but this stuff, it's called Incubi Darkness, and it's a very inky black blue. Like I would liken it to like squid ink, because it's not jet black, but it's like such a dark blue. You could pass it for black in a lot of different lighting. Like anything other than a nice direct illuminating light, you could pass it off as a black shadow. Uh, let's see, what do I got here? I thought I had cobalt. I got a navy and a dark blue. One of these. I think the navy might go. What else we got? Oh, I think those are my best bets. Yeah, it's looking all right. Maybe I like that the idea of leaning into the dark blues. Maybe I'll do that. I still kind of get that taste of blue. So like do the iris around. Might get a little close to the pupil, but the eyes in the picture are really dark and cool, man. Good to know. Dude, I appreciate the tips. I'm actually going to clear a little spot so we can play with that. Whoa! Stay. Get in there. Ah, Jesus. They call them thumbtacks, but like, you ever try to jam on them with just your thumb? You're just jamming them to wood instead of cork. It's also counterintuitive. Maybe not counterintuitive, just more of a challenge. Oh yeah, not gonna lie, I'm loving how clean this thing comes. That's just wonderful. Yeah, I've kind of abandoned using pure black and pure white to shade things too much. Like I try to use things, but I like I'll try to like take a brown, or like I said, the red taken down with the brown, or I'll try to take a brown down with like maybe a gray. So I would have never thought blue. So that's a nice trick that I'm looking forward to busting out. Yeah, I do like the purple yellow or um sitting pink or he's sitting yellow on like for any time you gotta throw yellow down on a model, unless you're using a really heavy yellow, like something with heavy pigment, like Citadel makes Averland Sunset, which is like bulletproof yellow. You can put it down over a color blend and you'll just get hard yellow. And it's for most yellows you'll kind of get the transparency, not this stuff. So like I would sit that stuff down and put a yellow on top, but I found it would be I get a more rich result putting it on putting like those transparent yellows on top of like a pink, or even go like pink, orange, yellow. Okay, yeah, no, that's a good way to put it. Like when you're lifting out hair, like using your toners and your purples to get your ash. Yeah, but once purple starts, like not what am I trying to say? Like you'd use like the those purple conditioners to like platinum your blonde. Yeah, not ash, but like it would like to lift the color out almost, to fight it. Okay, hair too. Damn man. I'll say I'm not bad with a set of clippers, and I can do like full block colors, but I can't do like cool dyes. In the past, I've had ultraviolet hair, like fire truck red hair. I had purple and orange, purple hair with orange cheetah spots at one point. So I do like me some wild hair, but you know, for work I haven't done that in a while. Guess I could probably do it though. Like shit, I'm just painting, doing art all day now, so why not? Do a little more wine on this because I like this color. And let's go to this crimson. So why do I feel like crimson is brighter than plain old red? Maybe not brighter. It does look richer. So I'm kind of flummoxed on this section here. Like, once again, when we look up here, we got a little bit of musculature. It looks like a little bit of cartilage for the larynx and the esophagus. If I had to like say my cutoff line here, it's probably I want to say superior vena cava. Like this thing here is that big vein up here. I should have just left it with all the blotchy lines and got lost in it. Okay, I was like, what are? Okay, it's here. Honestly, dude, it's I don't know. I I went to school for it, so I maybe it doesn't seem hard to me because it's been drilled in. Um, honestly, like here, I'm gonna I'm actually gonna refill my coffee, but I'm gonna come back. Don't go anywhere because I'm gonna be back in like 2 minutes, and I'm gonna have something cool to show you. Okay? I think you'll dig it. Just give me 2 minutes. I'm gonna go freshen my coffee, and I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. All right, I got my coffee. I do have my water next to me, but I do like coffee. So, the thing I wanted to show you is this. So, you could probably find one of these for like 20 bucks. And the inside, like if you want to learn anatomy, the inside is all just anatomy. So this is all musculoskeletal. There's no, I think there might be a unit on, yeah, there is a unit on nerves, but it's mostly like your head, neck, spine, muscles, bones, a little bit of blood and tissue, but so this was a study aid through school, just kind of like learning. Oh, no, see, the fun part is you have to learn the words yourself. No, it does give you like a glossary and everything, so you can literally learn all the muscles and bones in your body, like and exactly where they are. Like you could learn how to dissect a person just by reading this thing. You get lost once you get to the organs. That's a different book. But honestly, like this has been when I got it for school, it was like, oh, well, it's a coloring book, so it'll be at least kind of fun. But now it's like I love this thing. So the other stuff that I go into reference for, like it's all just like my old text. So I have an anatomy book. That's just a huge ass textbook. That's like organ stuff. And the other one that I haven't painted as much of, but it kind of helps. Like I have another sketch I'll show. It's invertebrate zoology. So if you want to know like spiders, bugs, stuff like that, and their forms of anatomy, kind of like give you that monster thing. Like how does a centipede's legs really attach? Like that book you can flip through and just like okay, spider legs, centipede legs, abdomens and claws. So it's I kind of find I like to pull that like I like to pull from nature, I guess. Maybe some of the scariest crap is from nature, but if you kind of distort it, like the anatomy looks cool, but like I'm gonna go to the side view here, like just the age and the like to me it's the eye, that giant left eye that just is kind of uncomfortable feeling, but I think it's also the amount of age in it that like you look at it and it's like it looks you know meaty, but it looks dry, but still kind of colorful. Like a corpse should not look like that, but it looks very much like a corpse. So I don't know. I like to pull from that, from the natural and the real, and then maybe distort it into my own warped brain viewing. I know. I just maybe I stray away from realism. That's another thing because I'm not confident in. I feel like if I can put a little bit of my own flavor into it, I can say it's intentional and I'm not painting Robert Bateman wildlife. If you don't know who Robert Bateman is, he is a Canadian. He paints like animals and wildlife, and he's good. He's one of those Canadian treasures. Okay, so we're gonna take this navy blue and some brown and see what happens. Yeah, light and shadows. Like once I started painting more, it's like your eyes can't unsee how light bounces off things anymore. Even if I can't replicate it, my eyes are thirsty for it. All right, so we got a little bit of this, and we're gonna take this brown and we're gonna put it into the espresso or brown. We're gonna put the blue into the espresso. So we just go bloop, right into the coffee. I'm gonna make coffee jokes the whole time. Bear with me. So let's get a nice mixy mix in there. Just drag a bit of blue and then brown. Need a little more brown. Okay. Alright, I'm actually going to pull a little bit of that gel stuff into it. There's that brush. Brush I'm looking for. Alright. Just move a little bit back here. I do like a nice bright color slab. No, I will say though, like I'll go back to it, man. Like your black and white, like your canvas work with the black and white, like man, that shit's awesome. Like honestly, that's something like on models, I could probably grayscale a model really well, really fast, because it's two colors and I have methods I can bang out a grayscale pretty good in a 3-step with or without an airbrush. Uh, but if you ask me to paint this in black and white, I'd be so screwed. Like, screwed. Black and white is that I'm not can't figure that one out yet. Like I don't understand light well enough and where it's placed to do good grayscale on canvas. And grab a little more of this gel. I am really liking this gel stuff. Okay, so we got our navy blue and our brown here. Where are we gonna land it? Let's land it in the back here. See what it looks like next to this red. Ooh, I do like that. You may not have been able to see from there, but that actually put a nice layer of depth and darkness to it. That I think that's what I was looking for, dude. Thank you. Like I think if I kept blasting more and more wine, it just would have got like red, but it wouldn't have made that shadow I really wanted. See, that's why I screwed up the fly eyes and tossed it. It's because I didn't have you guys to help me out. It's like the saying, great artists steal. But I'm not that great, so I at least just gotta borrow. Yeah, good trick with the brown, dude. And now I'm just gonna like be tempted to go back and touch all these shadows just a little more where I wanted that darkness. Beautiful. Oh man. Honestly, dude, skill points unlocked. It's like you should be giving master classes on YouTube. I would sign up. Yeah, that's exactly what I was kind of seeking and failing to get. Oh, a little heavy-handed there. Still a little damp. Yeah, you're still a little damp. Let's get right. I'm actually gonna pull just a touch of wine into this now. I'm gonna try to thin this out as much as I dare to. Dude, if you do stream, like let me know, shoot a shot in the comment section or something. And dude, I'll happily hang out and paint with you while you stream. Like I've been saying it in, like, I know I've mentioned it with, it's one of the things I really like about Chet's channel is that I think that in recent times we've kind of went through this phase of like, the YouTube how-tos, the tutorials, and the fun creative videos, but it's like the algorithm has almost favored a shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter attention span to now there's like a big spell of, binge flipping shorts is a trend. But I feel like that trend is going to give way. Like people are going to become aware of the short attention span thing, and that thirst to interact with the people is going to grow. Because I find more and more like recording is actually pretty tough because it feels like you have to make a whole beginning, middle, end script. If you watch my videos, I put in sound effects and like there's a lot of editing work that goes into it, and there's a level of like, okay, I gotta know what I'm getting into before I start making this video. Whereas a live stream, you can just kind of hang out, shoot the shit, paint stuff, talk with people, and it's a lot more. It doesn't feel as backloaded as work. It just feels like just do. As long as you're here doing, it's almost better because then people can communicate. You can have this community. Sorry, I'm rambling, but dude, I honestly I would absolutely watch live. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's exactly it. That said, though, I kind of do love the video editing part of it. There's times where I feel like that maybe my skills as a video editor are better than my talents as a painter. There's a lot of stuff in video editing that I would like to learn that I haven't quite figured out yet. Like I would love to learn how to make my minis breathe fire and shoot lightning from their eyes. That'd be cool. Not there yet. So right now I'm actually just kind of fumbling around. Like I'm going off this line here. I need that vein. I don't want to block that out. But I think he actually cuts it there. It's like severed in two pieces. I guess for the sake of a learning model. So I don't know if I want to sever this guy's carotid. Actually, his carotid would be deeper. That'd be like your tendon that moves your neck. Technically, your sternocleidomastoid. It's what pulls your head down. Yeah, it's this big thing that runs. Oh no, that what? Okay. Looking at that there, that's actually the piece jugular. I'm having trouble reading that. Be cool to be able to take it apart. Mm. Oh, oh, my mouse. Okay, it's just my mouse sleeping. So I'm just going back and getting myself caught up here. But, okay, black and white photography. That's actually pretty smart, dude. Like, to tune your eye to that color gradient, black and white. Clever. You saying I ramble? Can't help it if I ramble. I just like talking. Sometimes I, ramble. I'm sure I said it more than once. Oh. Alrighty, so I'm gonna keep coming back in here. I've kind of lost whether, like, I'm guessing that piece here that's broken and missing that. We're just gonna paint on this. Here, let's get some bright red so we can. Sorry, reference this little red bit there, and that there will be the collarbone that should go across the front. But he's got no collarbone. I think that's what's throwing me off, is that it's just open chest, no collarbone, no ribs. And you're getting, like, deep guts and heart and lungs. Ah, I think I'm gonna throw some red around where this larynx is. It's almost like a little diamond in the middle, wrapped up in these little bits. So I think if I had like a little diamond of ivory in there, and then cover it up like I'm about to. Just cover that. This is where we're gonna get right into the weeds. I'm gonna tell you right now. Okay. That part. Let's get some ivory back on the palette. Yeah, I could kind of like think, kind of like hide it. Maybe throw my own little rib cage or something, like where that collarbone is missing from there to there. I could just like put a bone across that, and then that would block out all that the top of the heart where the kind of like esophagus gets buried behind the heart and lungs and goes down. I guess the bronchial tree starting. You just cover all that up with a big ass collarbone and just go with the bone right across. I feel like the guts look cooler. They're just friggin' harder. Like I said, with enough little lines and blues and reds and whites, smudge it around enough and it'll look convincing. I don't think I'm gonna have Louis Auzoux critique my work. Not without a time machine. I think I need to go brighter. Like, I almost want to throw a little bit of white into that. And I know that's a bit of the, like, the no-no. I feel like it's kind of where I need to go with it. I'm pulling too much of that red. So I think if I use a little bit of white, that might fight it. If I'm being stupid, let me know. Surprised everyone didn't jump on that. It's knowing when to use white. Okay. Makes me feel better. Proceed. Just really want it in the middle there. Ooh. Don't fail me now. Now there is also in that one, like there's a little slot right here. I'm not going to include that slot. Like anything that is like a loop hook button or something that would suggest that this is a model and not an actual corpse, I'm going to try to avoid putting in. I don't want to put in the loop hooks and screws. Just going to kind of make it as if they're not there. Righty. Grab some of this brown again. Let me get caught up here. Huh. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's there's no pure white there. There's a tendon here, and there's kind of like I'm gonna say it's darker than the ivory. But it's lighter than like the skull. Well, I'd say it's about on point with that sort of shaded skull there. So maybe I pull more of that brown top corner and like dance it around and just have that little peak. Come back with that color, look it on top. You're probably right with that. Come back with that highlight instead of try to like build around it. Let's get a little more of that gel. And then blend some of this red in. Don't mind that. I'm gonna need a little more blue in that. Yeah, I like that idea of like coming back with that. Coming back for those final looks, like kind of like that's, I guess like a familiar thing to mini paintings. Like as you're going, you're gonna get all the way, like you're painting your layers. As you get to the outermost layers, you're just gonna like lick those with your highlights. It's like, yeah, I can do edge highlighting. No, that would be funny. How to edge highlight your canvas. So now we're gonna take that, going back to that ridge point there. And to want a bit of a smaller brush here. Let's see what this does. Just a touch. I think we're going to want a very thin. Actually, I don't. Come back and with that later. Oh, come on, brushes. Okay, I guess it. Thanks, dude. I feel like that is one of the things that happens in gaming. It's like there's a lot, and now there's a lot of like tutorials and do these, don't do that. Like for me, a lot of it's totally new, so kind of look at it as take risks and fuck up gloriously. Like if I don't know any better, why play it safe? I at least have the excuse of ignorance. Be like, well, shit, I didn't know I couldn't mix my acrylic and oil together. Like I guess like a hypersensitivity to color. Wonder if that has something to do with like the sensitivity of the cones and rods, or like the number of cones and rods. Cones. Okay, so it's not the sensitivity of the cones; it's just more of them. Cool. wonder if that would help, like, I feel like it'd be very hard to tell because you would literally, the only way you could tell is by if someone traded vision with you. But I feel like, I wonder how that would, like, how your vision would acclimate to, like, nighttime. Like, losing light and, like, that vibrancy of color. Like, can you see more, would you see more color in the dark than I would? You know what I mean? Like, once you hit a certain level of dark, you lose color. I wonder if, like, my threshold for losing color is less than your threshold, and like you can see more colors in a darker tone. Well, I think we just had a stub toe nearby. Bring this dark back in here. It's a little lighter. I think that's just the transparency from that gel. There's a bit of a lick of red behind this, so we'll come back in with that wine. Okay, I can see that. Like with the sensitivity and the wavelengths of color, like the blue light spectrum is very high frequency, high intensity frequency, and red light is like very low frequency. Uh, so yeah, I can see that being, especially if you're very sensitive to color, having like more red light filter being more soothing for your vision. Okay, I got a little strip of cartilage for the throat here. I'm gonna, that's some blue there. All right, I'm gonna go back to my ivory. I think I'm just kind of putzing along here. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say that's more, sounds more like a yellow light rather than like the, your like white light, your daylight white, I guess. It'd almost be more like sunset light, maybe? I might have to re-up the gel on my palette here. Okay, so let's see, I got that little piece. That should be higher up. That's what I'm saying here. That should be a little higher. Lift that red up a bit. This. It's going to cover that there. All that the next line of esophagus. I'll bring some red back in. That's my strip before the heart. So that'll be a big blue vein. I'm just gonna kind of make a blob here and bring the darkness and red around it. Okay, I believe that. I couldn't argue that. I wouldn't know. Where was I going with this? Red. A little bit of red on this. Yes, this is going to be a mix of wine and not burgundy, crimson. Yeah, we were throwing crimson down with this, so keep going with that. And make this a little bigger. And drop some. So that's our burgundy. Yep. Let's get more burgundy. Go down a little more blue over here. And reach to that when we need it. Hmm. Hmm. Put a pin in that. Nice little mix there. I think I did want a little bit of, yeah, the burgundy. Well, a touch of that wine. They said the wine is the unsung hero of this one, I think. And I think every bit of color is touched by a little bit of wine. It's that kind of darkness I liked. So, get some darkness. Now kind of fudge around this. Come back there momentarily after we get this red where I want it. And highlight that little bit of esophagus again. I want a nice splotchy dark red around. So kind of like, and like switch up the colors. Like stare at a white wall with a blue circle and then like get the blue circle out of the way. Okay. So I got one for you that's I guess not as you know what? We're painting a anatomy character. Everything anatomy's on top. So a fun one. If you stand in a doorway, like go into a doorway and it's abduct. Am I getting that right? Yeah, abduct works. Pretty sure. Abduct way, adduct. So go into a doorway and like with the backs of your hands, like stand square and then open your arms against the doorway and try to like spread your wings as far as you can. And hold that, like really stress it for like maybe 20 seconds, and then relax your arms and step out of the doorway. Your arms will just go and float over your head. Like you won't pick them up, they'll just lift themselves. Okay. So yeah, fun fact, back to paint. Yeah, we used to, unstoppable force, immovable object. And then when you relax, your body's just like, no, we're doing it now. I'm just gonna put a little dab there. I'm gonna smudge it with my finger repeatedly until I'm happy with it. And then I'm gonna get wine all over my paintbrush and hand. I'm just gonna clean that up before making care of the mess. Huh? Trying arm science. Trying arm science. I like that. Yeah, you probably felt it though, like your hands just want to float. Okay, we're gonna need a little more of my bluey brown concoction. Let's get it. Oh, let's just blob there. Oh, we still have a little blue that's still alive. Let's put that in. I'm gonna work in a little more blue. Just a little drippy drop of blue. Work that in. That's a great call, dude. I really got that brown to like pull that depth I wanted. Where it's not just like that orangey brown, but it's not getting any warmer. But it still has, that little bit of warmth to it. Also hated the blue paper. Just like staring at it like, It's like Randy Marsh with when he gets peed on fed a banana. Just like, oh God, no, I'm okay. Just sucks. There we go. Buried some of that in this. Got some. Those are blue. Got some blue things and some red things, some bony things. I'm just gonna put this with. That's gonna be kind of like a border, but we'll flesh and brighten that up eventually. But that's just gonna tell me where to stop. What else we got? We have that broken collarbone piece in here. Fill that in. Well, let's give it a little bit of marrow. Oop. Everyone likes that. bony marrow, right? That piece is, but it's going to get that treatment too. I think that's supposed to be part of the shoulder. I'm going to say those probably go with bone of the shoulder. Yeah, so that kind of that boniness does have some olive to it that this, like when you look at the two of them, mine's kind of missing. Guessing mine doesn't have that same kind of aged look to it, and I think you're on to something with that level of green worked into it. I'm a little fearful of going in with the green now. Maybe what I'll do is when like I'll find a way to glaze some greens onto it, kind of like wash a patina on. Um, but I do think you're right that this thing could use some, like that little bit of green to give it that age. Like it looks kind of brown and mummified, but I think that green will give it that sort of time, make it look like an antique. Like I do see what you're saying. Like for something that has, like it technically has no green, it does, like visually that has a lot of green from its light. You know what I mean? Like wherever they took the picture of captured that sort of oliviness and that, like the wear in the brain, like all up there. There's almost like that olivey touch to the tops. So yeah, maybe as a blaze. Okay, yeah, I could see that. Like maybe a lighter blue mix onto that or a different brown. Maybe like almost like a sea foamy mix mixed in with that suede. I can kind of see that where it's not quite green, but it's like almost like an oxidized copper minus the metallic. Yeah, it's definitely something that's a little off that gives it that aged look. A certain je ne sais quoi. Pretty sure that was French, but I don't know what. I'm just gonna get these little rivets here. You can almost see the make out of the spine happening as I kind of outline these bits. So I think I'll have to pull some. Yeah, you can actually pull from right here. Whoop. Mix that. Oh, that's way too watery. No. I think I just slushed out my paint here. Well, still gonna use it. See what happens. You know what? Don't hate it. Kind of makes a nice filler, this splotch. So we're gonna need a little more of that ivory to work in. We're doing pretty good. This is a little bit thin. Oh yeah, that's a bit. And I'm just gonna use this to kind of fill in bits. I'll hit those dark spots again because I'm kind of messy. Yeah, it needs a little darkness. Swash and a bit brown. Take this brown towards the red instead of the blue, because I don't want it to be that deep. A little touch of that. See? Back to brown. I'm gonna try a different blue. This is dark blue rather than navy. Ooh. You know what? Oh, kind of fudged that with a big paint on my brush. But I think that's kind of the dark blue and navy here. Like these two guys. Whoop. Just gonna give them a little whoop. Yeah, that little mixture there. I think that diluted down a bit will be that kind of green we were talking about. I think that's a habit of mine from the mini paint. Is that I'm much more versed. Like when I'm painting a model, I want that paint really thin, almost like melted ice cream. So when I'm hitting layers, it'll like wash into cracks, and it kind of like leaves your gradient in accordance with your depth of, the recesses and nooks and crannies of the model. So, like for me, this gel has actually been like I'm really trying to use this gel more than water to kind of like break into my skull to blend and mix my paints rather than like wash layers on top of layers on top of layers. So I am trying to like, and believe it or not, as thin as they are, I'm actually trying to keep them thicker than I normally would. Like the last one I did was the water mixable oils, so that also forced my hand to keep them a little greasier. And I kind of fumbled, but I liked how it worked because I felt like my mini painting strategies of like dry brush layers and stuff, just like some parts applied, some parts led me astray. So I'm gonna just hit that bottom piece here. So I want that shadow. I think I screwed up with too heavy of a shadow there. Let's see if I can work some magic with a slightly damp brush. It's the Bob saying 2 hairs and some air, baby. Oh, can that wash off? Kinda. I don't know if I wanted to. There we go. Beat the devil out of it. Notion. Then we're just gonna pull it straight down. Maybe a bit down on an angle. Kind of like how light would fall. Probably could have gone almost a little damper. Let's go a little bigger, a little damper. See, we gotta come up with another tagline then. Something dark. Beat the Jesus out of the brush. Yeah, if he's beating the devil out of his brushes, we'll beat Jesus out of ours. We'll make that our... and for anyone watching, I don't mean to offend anyone's religion or anything. I'm just being silly. But, you know, dark arts have to have our shtick too, right? I love Bob, but he can't have a monopoly on brush beat. So I think I kind of made a bit of a mess with that chin strap. But I'm going to just sort of fudge my way around that chin and say I meant to do it. There we go. Meant to do it. Right. What are we looking at now? We want more of that ivory and a little bit of that tan. Maybe we'll work suede and natural buff. We'll drop there. Where's that natural buff? There's the natural buff. So I do like how you're saying that, like it's pulling that shadow down. So I will take your advice. I'm just gonna put a little. You know what? I'm actually gonna do something first. So I do want to kind of cover up one spot, and then I'm gonna do that drag again, and hopefully it'll kind of kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Get 2 birds stoned at once. Oh, where's my blue? Oh, my blue's already gone. Eating up all my blue. That's a bit too white. What I want? Ah, you know what? That's meaty enough. I'll take that. And drop that darker as we go lower. Or, I guess, you have to get lighter as you get lower to the bottom of the neck. Dark as yellow. Finger paint. Yeah, what's an episode we get without paint hands? I have a little bit of paint on the head. There we go. Like that. Huh, score 1 for the gel. Boom. Like hardly leaves any on your finger. Just kind of slides. Thanks, man. It's one of those pieces where I kind of looked at it. It's like, I don't know if I'm good enough to do that. And then I gotta tell myself, maybe I just don't try to do exactly that. Maybe I just make mine out of it. And I think that's where one of the things I gotta get past in my head is that I'm a very, and I think it also comes from the mini painting, is that there's a really nice sculpt in front of me that someone worked hundreds of hours on, and I get to look at this awesome sculpt and go, cool, and it's an easy paint by number, where getting dimensions right and stuff, and like you don't have to find your own style in the design of a mini painting. You can find your style in how you paint colors, like you go bright, you go grim and dark, or but I feel like it's something, I don't know, something more special, or maybe not special, but like, ooh, I like that yellow. Bam. That's that fat cell I want. A little bit over here too. Yeah, like, I guess in minis too, we get that feeling. You know, it's, if you ask me to paint like a robot, like a really good robot, like a Gundam in an action pose, something mechanical, I feel like I would struggle so much more. Things with straight lines and right angles and things that have very precise pin lines. This I can kind of just go make and get loose with it. And I feel like for me that it just feels natural. I like organic. Yeah, so I'm just kind of touching some of the yellow bits right now, just for the sake of like putting a bit of pop on this. I'm trying to be very light with it. I don't think this is actually the yellowing I really want. But there is a bit of that like rub away that yellow. And I kind of get that greeniness over that suede. So it's kind of, I wouldn't have even noticed or thought about that green. So I don't know if it's your sensitivity to color that's my luck charm right now. But like these little smudges of yellow are actually kind of pulling that green. And it's just a little push of the finger, right? Boom. It's almost like dry brushing. Yes. Love it. Almost like the less yellow on it, the better. Boom. Love that. I'm just going to try to keep it away from the bottom as much. You know what? Maybe it has a place here and there. Where the light kind of shows that neck, but not here. I'm going to keep the yellow away from that because I want that 3% shadowy. Yeah, basic shapes are, yeah, like circle, 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 half circle, line. Yeah, I think, and I did it with the thing painting too. Is like I'll start with like a key thing I want to like for this one it was like start with the eye. Like that's gonna be the thing that grabs you when you walk past. So it's not even centered, but like do your sketch so like your eye lands, and then kind of work like okay, there's my circle with a bit of a cut through it. Now it's got a line down here, and then it goes down in a line out there. So I kind of just like you said, built it all off shapes and lines. And by the time I got to the neck, it was just like, if I do enough lines, no one works. But now, as I'm going off my reference, it's like, this makes more sense now than just doing squiggles. So I think I had. Ooh, that actually looks pretty good. This, yeah, a little bit of a test strip. There's a bit of yellow in this. I'm just seeing how it does. Kind of hides that greeniness a bit. Like it's there. Oh no, 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 no. Yeah, I don't want it. Don't want brightness in that nostril. Yeah, I thought the yellow kind of. I guess it's like that transparency of the yellow kind of lent itself to that green we were discussing earlier. I started it just for that little globule on that tuft, and then it just seemed to like come off that well enough. I was like, oh, I'll just push it around and see what happens. I'm gonna slap a little more of this gel down. I will say this stuff has been neat. I've never used it before, but I kind of can't get over how it works with the acrylic. It's very nice. Well, nice. It makes it greasy, but in that greasiness, it blends very nicely and it moves very nicely. Okay, so we got that dark. Where was I want to put this. Put that back here. Nose. So I'm gonna fudge that out. There we go. with these bits of that. Gotta be darkened out. Let's see, this triangle down here. Just a bit of the hollow. Looks like the ascending aorta, which would be this big lumpy here coming up. Comes up, and there's two little whoops. And then, so yeah, your superior vena cava would be this feeding your jugular into your heart, and your ascending aorta would be feeding your carotid arteries to your brain. So I think what I would have to do is just do a big blue line like here, a red line under it, and then like bravery test some veins and stuff sticking out. It's been the best benefit of the medium so far. Get science classes today. The best benefit to this so far is, well, I'm gonna say it probably helps with the cleanup a bit because it keeps it dewy longer. My favorite thing about it so far has been how long the acrylic paint stays alive on my palette. Like, I don't need to have a sloshy wet palette with parchment paper or anything like that. It's just like, but normally if I use, a big glob of, this craft paint on a palette like this, it'll be dry before I'm done using it. And then when I blend it and like smear it around, it almost like paints itself to the palette and will be dry because you mix them together and sort of flatten it out. So this gel has been really nice in keeping the paint, like once I mix it in and mix two together, and then maybe 5-10 minutes later I want a third color and throw that in, or take whatever color I mixed and go back to it. This gel makes it so that paint has a better chance of being usable still, so then I don't have to mix more. I can just add a little more to the gel and keep going, and add a little more, keep going, and just add little bits or keep mixing it in. But the fact that it stayed alive on my palette this long has been really nice. Like, I'm sure for the blending is really good too. Yeah, it's like oil. Like, I would say oil probably still outlasts this gel. Like, I'm sure if I put a glob of oil, good oil paint, and a glob of this gel, the oil will still be wet by the time this gel's dry. But it makes it so much easier to work with for extended periods. Because, like, I hate having to toss out paint, even if it's cheap paint. So, and the other thing is, like, if you have a color that you like and you're working with, and then it's dry on your palette, God damn, I gotta mix more. I gotta mix more, and you keep going back, and it keep getting dry. Like this, yeah, just like, I shouldn't say just like, but very much like oil paint. That's been the nicest thing. Is just how long it's been alive and usable. Mm. What did I just knock in? Oh, paintbrush. So this has a little more. This is like a brown with a little more blue and a bit of red off my brush. So I'm just kind of blend that in. I'm gonna need some bone for that. I'm already seeing kind of screwed up because that's a shoulder bone. Uh, I'm trying to wrap my brain around it. So, like, in the shadowy areas, add some coolness to, like, fight the warmth that's kind of on his face. So yeah, just trying to dial in. Ooh, that was a splattery one. Alright, we'll see if we can, we're using a little bit of the ivory and a little bit of tan. Was it tan or suede? It was suede. Use that, see if we can get a little bit of dry bone here. Those are a little bright for bone. Come back and cover them up. That should be red, blue. That should be. Blend that out. Hey man, technically you are teaching. So I want that. Ooh, kind of like how that bone. I want to make them look kind of protruding, but kind of just also want to lose them in this flesh. Now there's a bit of a bright pinkiness right up here for the muscle. I don't know if I'm gonna try to replicate that. And I say that as I reach for pink. So I guess I am. I'll try to dull it down to like a meaty skin color. It's like I want to say kind of like a pork chop color, but a little darker. But I don't think I would eat a pork chop that color. I like that. I like that. I feel like that's, important to like know the fundamentals. I say that full well knowing that I don't really know my fundamentals. I just kind of bumble along. I'm always of the opinion, though, that it's I don't even know if it's an opinion. It's like a fact. I insist it's a fact that you always learn more from doing. You, the learning potential from doing is so much more powerful than just being told and taught. Like, uh, like you could watch Bob Ross a million times, but the second you pick up a brush and try it, you're gonna learn more than you could watching his entire season. Yeah, I can't help but take notes with that. I love that podcast, I'll tell you. It's just I, like I don't understand why it is not a way bigger channel than it is. Like the amount of artists that are on it that have huge followings, the amount of like knowledge and insight in like across so many industries of art is there. Like it's like such an awesome well of untapped knowledge. I feel so. I'm always on that. I'm always kind of like pumping it on my channel with the shares. And honestly, too, like I watched Chet's biopic when I was kind of having a bit of call it a struggle, and just what he was saying was really resonating with me. And then like shit, it's like the fact that you can actually be like, "Hey, Chet," and he's there chatting with you. Like I was saying, that the desire to interact is very strong now, and almost with this COVID thing that we've all kind of have Zoom calls and stuff, we almost kind of expect that people are accessible from behind their desks. Maybe wrongfully so, but it does feel really blessed to like be able to communicate with such like awesome artists and like feeling like I'm pretty new to art myself. It does seem like it feels like a absolutely wonderfully welcoming community, and how do I put it? Like I feel like there's some circles of art that are not as welcoming and kind of like gatekeep. Like I'll be honest, if I did the old like blue circle on a red square and went, this is worth a million, like because I'm me, I get laughed out of the room. I can't get away with that. But like I don't know. There's there's levels to it. There's like I feel like to get away with that, you have to prove that you're amazing at art. I'm not there yet, but I wouldn't want to try to quote unquote get away with that. I like having that something to pull from. Yeah. Well, I feel too. It's especially with the dark arts. It's more the the subject matter and kind of the emotion that it provokes. So, like, you don't have to be Rembrandt to paint some dark art. Like, I'm sure Rembrandt can paint great dark art, but you don't have to be. You know, like you just gotta practice. Maybe if you with enough practice, you become Rembrandt. But it's not like you have to be like it's almost more important to find your voice, like how a writer finds their voice as a writer. It's almost more important to find your voice as an artist uh, than it is to like be able to recreate things or I don't know what I'm trying to say. Because like you're saying, as a tattoo artist, you need those fundamentals. Like it would be crucial to know fine art and art theory, you know, especially if that's like a livelihood where people are getting permanent paintings on them. Like you kind of want that vetting process in particular. But I feel like too, there's like how would I put it? Like it's appropriate to have a gatekeeper if you run a tattoo shop. Like I don't want to say like gatekeeping. I know that's a terrible phrase, but like I feel like at a tattoo shop you kind of want a gatekeeper. You don't want to just anyone be like, yeah, you can hold a needle. Yeah, come on in, give it a try. Like I know everyone has to start somewhere, but I feel like that's a fair place to keep a gate. But I feel like even in dark art, like it's it's just open to those who want to be involved. But it's not to say like there's a lot of dark art and tattoos that also like I said, there might be an appropriateness to that gatekeeping. But it's more like you're gatekeeping the tattoos, like the fact you're putting permanent tattoos on people, and you're gatekeeping that fact rather than, you know, gatekeeping dark art. Or like any kind of art. I'm just getting my brain and wires crossed now. Like tattoos and fine art. Man, imagine someone came in and wanted like the Rembrandt, like Jesus on a boat. I can't remember the title of that painting, but like I feel like tattooing lens would lend itself to be able to recreate art very well. I don't understand, or like abstract. Um, it's I there's some abstract that I like. Like I have a buddy who does some cool stuff on canvas, and he'll do like 3D models on the canvas. Like there's some cool stuff. The blue circle, red square thing. Um, I kind of agree with you. Like I don't want to knock on anyone's art. Um, my like kind of like with this, I have to have like sketch, a vision, a preparation, and like an end goal before I start. So I feel like that sort of creative, abstract, throw paint on the canvas according to how you feel to cathartic your emotion. Like I understand, uh, you know, how it manifests, but like that kind of painting with no plan does give me anxiety. I'm like, oh my god, what am I doing? What am I doing? What's my end game? How do I know when I'm done? Okay, yeah, see, that's where I was thinking. Like, I feel like as a tattoo artist, you might have someone come in and want, you know, historical art or something biblical or maybe even not that intense, but like they might come in and be like, you know, put a Banksy on me, you know, and I feel that kind of like you have to adapt every style. So I guess be willing to adapt every style as you start, and then you know find your style, find your strength, and kind of like finding your voice. But I feel like that would be such a quest because you'd have to learn everything from like Stan Lee to Rembrandt, everything in between. Okay, I know. Uh, Oh man, I'm just thinking of getting a kick now out of someone walking into the shop and being like blue rectangle or red rectangle, blue square. Just some modern art stuff, you know. Just like something just totally weird. Nah, man, you're looking at it the wrong way. You gotta be like, it's fine modern art. That tattoo's gonna cost you $1 million. Like, oh, dude, you're asking for some fine abstract here. I'll do it, but that's $1 million. You know, that's what those are. That's what those go for. An entire back piece. Okay, so I'm going back to these little tubes here. And I'm just gonna hit them with some more ivory. And maybe revisit them with a little yellow after. Just kind of touching around here. These little diddly nerve endings are just kind of poking out there. I'm gonna do my nice little wishy-wash through. One out of the spine. I'll come blast in with some darkness again. Okay, I like that. So we'll have to come in with some blue there. I'm looking at here. A little more red down here. So yeah, I'm gonna actually cut this bottom with just a sharp red and start filling in the darkness after. That comes back down this way. Nice. Come back with that blue brown a bit. And around this area here is where I believe our aorta and our vein cap, like our heart tubes. I'm just gonna blow up this red and start hitting it after. Ooh, falling behind here. You know, that's one of the things when I was looking through this guy's art. Like he has lots of different anatomical models made. When I saw this one, it was like between the nose, like in the picture here, it's like the size of the nose, the call it the skinniness of the neck and that back of the head there. There's like a very puppet look to it that has a very creepy vibe. And I think that's what really drew me to this specific image. Is that that eye. It's like very, very living, but kind of puppety. Like it's obviously not real and alive, but it's so damn close. It's yeah, just looking at it, it's like shit. Yeah, that's something I'll try to look for when I'm looking for something that just grabs me. Well, I think what happens with the right side is this side kind of it's in its model. It actually has an eyelid, muscle, and a lip, so it kind of looks a little more like a relaxed face. And this side, because the cheek is peeled right off and there's no lip, you kind of get that like tooth grin that like it's almost like it looks surprised or like kind of manic, but it's almost like emotionless because all the face has been ripped right off. So you're just kind of like creepy mannequin frozen. It's funny though, with that big eye, it's almost like which side actually looks like the mannequin? Alright, let's get some of that bluey brown back here. Alright, checking my time here. 4:21. Oh, too bright. Alright. It's nice. A nice rich blue brown. I'm gonna call that my skill point end of the evening. Blue brown is nice. Two colors that usually I wouldn't think to throw together, to be honest. I kind of look at it like that's just gonna make a muddier brown. Like that's what I wanted. So let's put that. Oh yeah, look at that. So I love that richness there. Kind of adds that little bit of depth into the brown. Just gonna add these little dark spots around it. Hopefully blend them quickly while that's still kind of wet. Nah, that's not gonna work. Yeah, like that. And grind those brown spots up. Shove them. I have to fix up those nerve endings. I was thinking I might be able to just kind of cheat these with the paint markers at the end. And do the lines. Kind of mess that bit. Let's get some fresh paint on that. Oh, let's get some fresh paint on my shirt. Oh, that's a bit thick. want these concentrated, so I'll have to come back to that, I think. Getting into a little bit of a mud mix down here. We'll find our way out. Smaller brush. Step one. Instead of trying to just gloss the mud with more mud. Let's clean ourselves up a little. And come back with that blue brown. Just fix all that up. Just a little bit. But my hand, you know what? I was gonna say my hands, oh, there's some paint on my thumb. More paint on the hand holding the brush, to be honest. That's okay. Alright, so let's get this, our fancy browns. Swirl that up again. Pull a tiny bit of this wine back into it. Just gonna do little splotches around these nerves. And I blend this in a bit. Too heavy there. Poke, poke. I'm just trying to mess it up, blend it a bit. Kind of bury them. Alright. A nice little blend here. Alright. Let's see if I can pull some of that red down. Put some crimson on this. So heat it up with a little bit. It's more just getting blended in together. So that cuts down, blue comes up here. Where did our lungs start? It starts just blend some of this red on this. Let's pull a bit of this. So that comes down. That's what's missing. Okay, let's see if I can fix that. There. Another little step pink right around that top corner. And just that little skin fold there. I guess he's technically got a little bone at the edge there. I'm not gonna worry about that for now. Maybe later. What are we at? 30? That pink up just a little more. There we go. Like that. A little messy, but I feel like anatomy probably is. Alright. What are we thinking so far? Good look down there. Not bad, not bad. Would you? Okay. Thanks, man. Really, it's a lot of it was following your advice with the that blue brown, and you know, going forward with that sort of pull. Oh shit! Going forward with that pull. Did not expect that to be so dirty. I guess that still counts as a happy accident. There we go. Guess that's that gel at work. Well, what are you working on right now, man? All right. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm just cleaning up a bit of my palette. Yeah, I feel like I'll keep it back and forth a mess. Like as one side gets dried up, I'll just wipe it off while the other side stays wet and useful. And I can just keep a little clean spot to work off. Okay. I'm thinking the blue vein is gonna come about here. And it's gonna cut all the way across down to here just under that, I guess, collarbone piece. I'm gonna have to tie the red one under it. So it'll be like maybe start with the red, blue over top, red coming out from under the blue. Something like that. I don't know. We'll figure it out. You know what? I'll be honest. In a way, I kind of did avoid the neck. Because I just kind of, like, here, I just kind of smooshed it. But at this point, it's going to have, just going to be a blue and a red line. And that's where that color will start picking up. So a couple parts I'm a little stumped on still is this line here that divides his skull and his brain. Now, you may not be able to see it from there, but like from where I'm sitting and looking at it, I have a very loud and obvious pencil line. And it's not for the fact that it's come through the paint, but it's just like right on that lip where it's like my normal, you know, brain, like my typical go-to would be like, just hard black line. Don't want to do that. So if I hard black line, then all these little, like, I don't know, I just feel like that'll ruin all the blend. So that's one thing I'm kind of wondering is how I'm going to do that. Maybe just make a stronger, like a taupe, like coffee and suede. Like kind of take this color somewhere in between these two and then just run that along. I thought it was maybe just like, I don't know, blue brown. Ooh, an even darker version of blue brown. Now, would you recommend pushing it, like doing the line and then pushing it up a bit to have like, to like try to push depth that way, like push the brain back by putting a little bit of shadow here, like the lights skipping that little corner and landing up? Like I'm just worried about putting a hard line and then making it look like the head is a sticker. I'm stumped. It's a thinker. Alrighty. Maybe I don't know what this is gonna do. I'm just gonna play with the color here. So it's very pale. That's what I want. I might be too pale. Mm-hmm. Just kind of a test line. We have to throw a vein in there eventually. Do kind of like the blue in that. Little marks are where those paint markers are going to come in handy. Yeah, these bits will be. I know this blue might look a little out of place right now. Don't worry, it'll make sense. It's like the bravery test now. Okay. Where am I going with this guy? This is the one part kind of has red there. One part kind of has beige taupe. And there was a tan somewhere. What was that tan? Oh, dollops. And a little natural buff, why not? Too bright. There we go, that's what I wanted. Some natural buff and that. A touch of blue. What will that do? Ooh, I like that. I could kind of this with a fan brush or something a little straighter. I'm kind of using like a bit of a touch of dark blue and that natural buff and something else. Oh shit. A little stray there. Yeah, so I'll have this little brighter patch and then we'll take it down a bit so it gets a little bit of dual action. For this, I'm actually just going to take a little bit of that natural buff out. That second line. And I'm going to scratch it on. Rub that. Okay, so that outline I need a dark color. Wow, you know, that blue looks a lot more blue on the camera. Looking at him like, wow, damn, that blue pops on that. So it's actually quite a faint blue I put on there. Okay, so this. Oh, just a touch there. To darken that up just a bit. Perfect. But I'm actually going to grab a fan brush to do it. Yeah, really, like really, when I look at it in person, it doesn't look anywhere as bright as it looks on the screen there. Kind of like how it looks on the screen a little better. But it might just be like it's a pale blue, so I'm seeing it like a very faint light, but the way it's picking up there, like that little strip there, I like it. Then try to move this. That was fun. I'm just kind of tapping with my fan brush. That border. I kind of like how that worked out. I'm gonna keep going with that. This note. Maybe not. I can clean up that border after. I just want something to slap this down a bit. Okay, that actually looks pretty good. I'm going with a slightly dark. Oh, making a mess. Wouldn't have it any other way. So yeah, just picking up a little more of that brown and blue combo. Just a little touch here and there. Give us some nice rich brown. So, but we're just gonna keep tapping up here. Cross that line on the side. See a little tickle, tickle, tickle. There we go. Boom. Oh shit. That's not good. There we go. Beauty. Where are we at? You're at 455. Alrighty. So I think we'll probably call it here for now. Now I got the face, basic shapes. We can come back in for some quick work with some details, veins, aortas, all that good bloody stuff. I'm just gonna put that there. Alright. Yeah, we're closing in on 5 hours now, so. Sorry. Oh, there we go. Hear me okay? I'll wake up my mouse and do a little ditty here. So, looking pretty good. Yeah, I'm actually really happy with how that's coming along. I did not expect it to actually even blend that nicely. So, like, yeah, usually at the end I go stuff I'm happy with, stuff I'm not happy with, stuff I struggle with. Um, Everything so far, I'm actually really happy with this. I was a little worried about that neck, um, but I think that chin line there being pulled down looks really good. The blue on the screen, like when I look at it there, really it doesn't pop a whole lot. The screen looks great, so I think we'll continue with when we come back. We'll hit it, add a little more blue, like some darker blues. That main vein that crosses the bottom, the aorta that kind of tucks under it and comes up. We'll do the little, carotids, jugulars, all the capillaries and aortas, good stuff. Um, hmm. Like usually my live streams are every Friday. I actually just set up a Twitch account recently. Why is my light all bright? I feel like I'm getting blotted out here. Let me well, absolutely, dude. The fact that you want to be here and paint with me, like you've been with me this whole time, painting with me this whole time, like, dude, I will work around your schedule if you want. When are you free? I do try to make all my streams and my works available for everyone. Yeah, I usually do them Friday nights. But honestly, like when I see something like that sitting on my easel, it's like I get hungry to go back to it. Um, and yeah, like I said, I'm gonna be trying next week. What I'm gonna try to do going forward is I'm looking into some software that'll let my stream get split and then get sent to both like Twitch and YouTube at the same time. um, yeah, Friday night is typically, the Friday night are typically the live stream paints. Um, I might, like I said, this one really, really enjoy. I didn't expect. I expected to struggle more, and once again, shout out for some of the tips because I probably would have struggled more without you. Um, if Friday's good, I can sit on this one and not touch it till next Friday. Yeah, okay, restream. That was there's like two or three of them. Restream was one of them, and like the only free one that offered. The other ones were like pay monthly. I think restream did too, but it had a free option, which was nice. Yeah, look into that. Yeah, but yeah, so like if you're interested and you're down with it, man, I'll vault that one till Friday, and we can work on it again next Friday, and I'll find other shit to keep me busy till then. Okay, honestly, I literally just set up an account because I have another buddy who streams on Twitch, and I was like, okay, well, another account, I'll just spread it wide, but after just sort of sitting on it for a day and watching and interacting and modding and stuff, it's like, oh, you know what? Twitch is a pretty damn good platform. Nice, nice. Yeah, that's like honestly, I was like, Bester, what the heck is that? What are these cheer things? What is all this stuff? But like literally, I've only been like an account. I haven't even streamed on it yet, but I've just sort of surfed with my account for like a day. But yeah, I'd like to pick your brain on that too, maybe. Shit, man, you're gonna be like my coach, my social media art coach. So yeah, I'm just kind of flipping through. It's hard to like keep up on the chats and think at the same time. Yeah, it was to be honest, I have my screen split, so I have like the YouTube chats thing inside and my OBS platform. So I couldn't even really see how many people like jumped in and out. I couldn't see the traffic on this one. I just kind of peeked up, but it was nice because it's like I find sometimes when you're focused on how many viewers are in your channel, like I'll be like, oh, there's no one even watching. Just can't be quiet. Like as long just stream like a million people are watching, even if it's just one person. Treat them with the value of a million people. Dude, I would love to see some art streams. Like I don't know what the consent and legal workarounds are for like live streaming a tattoo. I'm sure it's possible. Like I don't. Like, I think you just have to have your person, consent. But like that, pretty cool. People with that. But yeah, I'd always be down to like support and watch and interact. Like I love live streams. It's kind of like I said, I think it's gonna be the leading way for our platforms and social media. Because I think people, as much as shorts are the nice, gratifying instant flip, I think people are hungry for more than just shorts now. 20's pretty good, man. Like I think my most has been like maybe 6 or 7 at the most. 20 is a good flow. Let's see here. Okay, so guess we'll do the little recap as I knock all my shit into the water. Geronimo, everything goes. Now my hands are wet. Okay, so. Shit. Alright, so we got this guy pretty much slapped together. I didn't quite do the eyes yet. Feel like that's going to be a nice, like, bring to life piece. You know, filing out the teeth and doing the eyes and pupils. So, yeah, just kind of like a recap of where we're at. We did the brains with some coral and some brown. Brown really worked on that brain. We smudged some yellow. That kind of worked on that green. I might even go back on that bottom of that chin with a little more. Or like that deeper yellow, see if we get more of a green. Kind of fudged around the neck. Didn't take the bravery test of the veins, aortas, guts that lead up. And then there'll be a lot of like, spider angioma, like those, blood vessels and capillaries that finger out across the skull and brain. So yeah, looking dope. I'm actually really happy with it. It's funny, when I started painting, I feel like, oh, I'm gonna run into fly eyes. That was the painting I tried, and I gave up on. Which I kind of feel stupid for giving up on now. It's like, man, if I just work through the weeds. But it just like, it was like, on my way through it, it was a gray blob, and I just like, my interest went, I was like, then I saw it, then I thought, I'm like, gotta light something up. Something that'll really drive. It shows. Alrighty. Let me, one sec. I gotta fight through my files here. Let's see, let me get to my hubs of broadcast. Yeah. Oh. Did my camera freeze? I think my camera. No? Oh, oh. There we go. Yeah, sorry, I'm just kind of juggling my screens here. Alright, well, we'll call it here. I really appreciate everyone hanging out, watching with me. It was really good, really fun. I love having people to paint with. This hobby can get pretty lonely if you're stuck at your desk by yourself all the time. So I really appreciate anyone hanging out and joining me. Or if you're watching after the fact, you still get much appreciation, even if you weren't here with me live. So I think that's it for our evening. We'll get back to that one next Friday. Yeah, I'm not going to cheat. Maybe I'll just get the glottkin out of the way. I'll do something this week, but I'll keep that ready for Friday. Maybe I'll put some work in on like the next canvas because it seems to be a fun thing. I think the canvases are good. They might be temporary. Oh. Fine. Okay. I think it's giving me a thing talking about my background. Oh. Deal. Mixing complementary colors and shadow tones. Will do. You'll see my improvement next next week on that thing, hopefully. Alrighty. Okay, so I'm gonna call it a night here. Thank you for watching, and I appreciate you. Cheers. Oh, that's the wrong button.